Well, we're here. We made it, bitches! I can't believe we're here. We finally fucking did it. It's literally release day. Craziness! When you were like, is that Wanda Sykes? Well, it's gonna happen again. Ooh. I'm like so excited, y'all. I don't think I've been this excited for a video game in like so long. It's happening! Things are happening. Happenings are happening. I'm so excited! Seriously, when this game like was announced, I like almost cried. No, that's not my display. I almost just hit like my keyboard thinking I could do that. It's gonna say this is taken, I think. Okay. Oh, it's really happening, huh? Eee! I cannot be more excited than I am in this moment. I already played the first like hour and a half, so it's like, girl, you already know what happens, but I'm like, I'm excited to go further and just like play this game non-stop. Like, I'm very excited. Well, shall we begin? Let's begin. Yes. New game.
There is a world beyond the Borderlands. A world forged by wonder and ruled by fate. The battle between these powers has raged since the beginning. Evil and good. Villains and heroes. A vicious cycle, endlessly repeated. Wonder is the power of a cruel, unpredictable god. But fate, there's one alone who can wield fate. One alone whose story is in their own hands. The Fate Maker. That's you. Heavy, right? Fate Maker. Big responsibility. Honestly, I wouldn't even blame you if you just laid down in a puddle and gave up. But if not, if you try and prove yourself as Fate Maker, then heed the warning I give all heroes. Together you fight. Together you shall fall.
Ha! Critical hit! The undead fall beneath our blade! Ah!
Oh yeah, same. It's going real good over here, blade-wise. We're coming for you, Dragon Lord.
Fools! Your party of heroes can't stop me. Already Wow, you guys got here fast.
Like you said, we're the heroes. I am Valentine, gallant adventurer. The scary
King.
stabby one is Fred.
Wanda
About
Sykes.
that one.
That's the newbie. It's their first adventure.
Oh, come on. Their figure isn't even fully painted.
Enough talk. We're here to stop you from taking the soul energy.
Fools! I've already absorbed all of the soul energy. I'm invincible!
Oh, man. Sorry, newbie. We missed the soul energy.
Castles will burn! Babies will cry! More than usual, my skeleton armies will wash over the lands.
Looking bad. How do we win this?
We attack! Together!
Pathetic. Especially you, newbie. They don't make heroes like they used to. Time to die!
But then, just as the heroes lose hope, they hear
A nay?
yeah, and also like, you know, like a sparkly rainbow, which goes like quickle quack quack. It is Queen Buttstab, the most beautiful and perfectest ruler in all the land.
Hold on, what game are we playing here?
We're playing Bunkers and Badasses, baby! And I, Tiny Tina, am the Bunker Master. So what I say goes. And I say there's a magical diamond by a corn named Butt Stallion who saves the day.
Oh, I was kind of hoping we would save the day.
You will, Valley Girl. I just gotta set the stakes. Now, let's table talk.
Valley Girl.
Kill Dragon Lord.
But Stallion, you may be the most beautifulest, perfectest ruler in all the land, but this time, I've won.
But Butt Stallion was wielding the coolest sword in the whole world. The Sword of Souls.
Period.
Oh, would you? I just made those skeletons. No! No! I curse you, Valentine! I curse you, Fred! And most of all, I curse you, newbie! Whatever your name is, I will return and finally rid this world of heroes!
And with that, the Dragon Lord was defeated. For now. Explosion complete! Who's ready to rickety roleplay?
Yeah, might as well. We're stranded here after that mountain totally jumped out at our ship.
Yeah, he crashed it. I'm in. I love bunkers and badasses. I've already got a level 40 character.
I wanna get decked
we are
out.
making all new characters. This is the newbie's first game, and I'm gonna make sure it's an adventure they'll never forget.
You ready, newbie?
I am.
Character sheets, baby!
Time to make our own character, chat. First time in Borderlands history, they let us make our own character. I want to put all the pins on. Eh. I can't stop thinking about the game we played yesterday, Martha. Cam and Tuna, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in, besties. Sorry, I just didn't want to talk during the cutscene. I know Nema's excited. Maddie, I am so excited, bestie. Darby is Martha. It's true. If you see a twin, they are Martha. Nox, thank you for the follow. See, look, I'm decked out now. Look. We don't talk about Martha. We don't talk about Martha. Hi, Oscar. Go in. Okay. Perfect. And then we got our buddy. Butt Stallion Bestie. So there are 6 classes. If you watched my YouTube video, you saw me go over these already, so I'm not going to go over them again, but I will tell you there are 3 classes that have cute little companions. This is the Spore Warden. It has the little mushroom guy, and he farts on people. Then there is the Clawbringer that has a Weaverin, which is, I believe, this one right here. And then the Necromancer kind of dead body guy has the skull, which is the one on my left titty. So, and the other ones are more combat based. I'm not sure if I want to do a Spore Warden playthrough again. We started with it. I like it because it's Druid. I'm debating that and Graveborn. This is like necromancy. It's like evil, scary stuff, which I would love to do. Let's do, I'm gonna do Spore Warden. Let's just do it again. Also, very important, you wanna see something cool? First game I've seen do this. Pronouns, they/them. Just having pronouns in your video game. Let's fucking go. Yeah! And body type, this one, that one. Body types are not gendered, male and female. Let's fucking go. Very important to me. This is why I love this company.
How's this?
How's this?
Even the fearsome...
What's...
My image is in need of
I must evolve yet...
Oh yeah, I've got the goods. Now that is a look.
Now
What have we here? I could do with a change.
This will take me a little bit to make a character. Usually does take a little bit for everybody. I'd say pretty solid character customization. Not like fully, wait. What's the button? Here it is. Like I would like more, like I want to do like green skin. This is like reptile, but like I want like green skin, you know? But who knows? Maybe they'll have DLC, which could be exciting. I want to be like a Beast Boy type of character. But I can't really do that, so here we are. We don't talk about Martha. We don't talk about Martha. That's Bob. I love this video game. It's a good video game. We don't talk about Martha. Yeah, I think you can unlock stuff though. Like, I feel like there's not a lot because usually in Borderlands games you can unlock like hairstyles and different colors. So I would assume you can unlock stuff. So I haven't gotten that far in the game yet. What y'all saw on YouTube is how far I got. I did the first 2 chapters and that was it because I kind of wanted it to be like, I wanted to actually do this with y'all on stream. So we will be playing this tomorrow and Sunday, all day. You can have huge ears. I love that. I also like in this game they have sliders for your customization, which a lot of games usually don't have sliders, but I thought it was nice that they did. So you can make the nose a little smaller and you can make the height smaller. That was cool. They also have makeup options. This came from TikTok. Hi, Tuna. Welcome in, TikTok bestie. Ooh, that's fierce. Yeah, we also just hit 75K on TikTok, which is exciting. Isn't that crazy? Everybody's loving the Tomodachi Life TikToks. I mean, everybody's loving Tomodachi Life all around. So true, Lore Bestie. Thank you, Maddie. Yes, my pronouns are they, them. Thank you so much. I kind of want to have a scar. I think a scar would be kind of fierce. Ooh, I like that symmetrical one. That's cool. Eyeliner. We got some smoky eyes. You all know I love a smoky eye. Oh wow, they got a lot of colors for eyeshadow. Oh my god, my character looks so cool. Stop. Wait a minute. You have like Oh yes, Freckles. Slay. Oh no, I love some freckles. Lipstick. I like the lip color. Oh, I liked that red. That red was hot. The yellow lip? Y'all know I'm done. Oh my god! Hi, I took pictures with you at the launch party. Rainbow dress. Black femme. Oh my god, yeah! I totally. I'm like, black femme. What's going on? But then okay. How are you doing? Do you live in Dallas? What's going on? Welcome to the stream. Tag me in those pictures. I'd love to see them. No, I'm not putting a yellow lip on. Not my rainbow lip? Oh, they really went all out with the makeup. I'm watching you with a bunch of devs. Oh my god! No pressure or anything. Hi, devs. I'm so glad I ran into you again. Of course. We just unboxed the package I got from the party, and I also got sent I got one of the PR packages with Wonderlands, and it said like 21 out of 200. It had my name on it. I was so honored. But also audio team. Hi, audio team. So we did this. I filmed and recorded an earlier video for this because they sent me the game early. And in my like video, we had to trim it down, but I went on like a whole rant. Evacuation Guy was the one that edited it. But like I ranted about how good the audio was, the score. Like we fucking love like the immersion with music, score, audio. Like it's amazing. And I also took a tour of the HQ, and I saw like the audio like room that y'all like make all your sound effects. I don't know if you know, or if you're in that type of place, but when I was in Dallas, I went to the HQ and y'all do everything in-house, and it was so cool to see. I saw that, I saw the mocap room, it was amazing. Yes, I did cry very hard from how Gearbox and 2K has been so sweet to me, and I love working with y'all. So, I'm gonna do this red lip. I thought I just like got rid of everything I did. I was gonna be so sad. There's a hair in my face. Eh. Okay, I got it. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. I'm sorry, sweetie. Okay, so armor pattern. Oh, wait. Why did I not see this when I played this the first time? Did I just miss this? Or is this because I have the... Is this because I have the... Because I got the Champion Edition. Okay, Slay. Oh, wait. I like this. Wait, stop. This is so cool. Can we mix and match these? Ooh, this, like, dark red chrome. Oh my god, wait, it moves. Do you see that? It's like Chowder. You know in Chowder how the pattern moves with like... That's so cool. I love Chowder too. Well, not like the food, but... Yes, I don't know if I told you that actually, Harming. My bad. I mean, like, I fucking told you, Harming. And I'm like, wait, actually, maybe I didn't. I would like... The character customization takes forever. Sorry. It's like the most important part. Wait, I like because my eyes are blue and like the armor being like a blue color. That's cool. Ooh, wait. That's kind of slay. Oh, I like the asymmetrical. Oh, look at the side. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. Okay, I like this. I like the beat. Continue. Okay, so in this game, I went over this in my YouTube video as well, but I'm gonna explain this. You can have a archetype like background. So there's like this one's like himbo, like you're a silly, quirky person. Nimble, nerd, pack rat, or savvy. And considering I'm a bimbo, we're gonna do the village idiot archetype. I want to do that one. I don't want dexterity. I just want perfect. I keep thinking I'm on PC, but I'm not. Wait, no, go back. I want to change my name. Who cares? Whatever. Hi, everybody.
Time's up!
Okay. Valentine, you've just drawn your own face over the character sheet?
It said draw your hero, and I'm...
You know I can't see. I don't have my glasses on.
Okay. And Fret, it says your starter sword does murder 1,000 damage?
My bad. I left off a 0.
Okay, no plan! Fred and Valentine can't be trusted with pencils, let alone dice. So it is up to you, newbie. You are the Fate Maker. And these fools shall be thine advisors, I guess.
Fine. I advise that you better be...
Hold on, Wanda Sykes. Give me a second, girl. Oh, I need my glasses so bad right now.
Badass. We're here to...
Oh, that's zooming in. I went the wrong way. Excuse me.
evil and get gold.
And then I need sensitivity. Sensitivity. Oh my god. Wait a minute.
I know you see me as a role model. Follow my lead.
So
and
true,
you'll be
Lore.
a Fate Maker.
All right,
And
one last
Marshy, so
thing.
true.
Bunkers and Badasses is a role-playing game, baby. That means you do not break character voice. Kapiski? Break me off a piece of that.
I'm looking to find some coin. And if I happen to save the world while I'm at it, so be it.
Tasty.
Yum, 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 yum.
Prepare to enter a world of fantasy.
I don't see anything.
You gotta imagine it, knucklehead.
Yeah,
Just
in your
close
head,
your
silly.
eyes and wonder. You have arrived in the Snoring Valley, an unassuming and peaceful corner of the Queen that harbors a dark secret. Dun, dun, dun.
The audio department is watching, so like, I'm turning up the audio, chat. Let me turn this up. 61 on my capture card. Let's go.
You journeyed far to be here, heeding the call of the Queen herself.
The Queen herself! What could she want of us?
She fears the Dragon Lord will soon reawaken. You must find his tomb and prevent his resurrection.
What I'm hearing is we get to whoop his ass.
Here's a little cheat sheet to track your health and map and stuff.
Slay. So for anybody wondering, I am playing on PS4. I'm in the process of getting a new PC because my PC right now is very close to dying. So, this is the game on PS4, not PS5. I don't have a PS5 either, but, you know, we're struggling, but we make it work out here for a full-time streamer.
Damn bridge is out.
You recognize one of the Queen's Waystones. It seems to call to you. The Queen's magic enters you through the stone, granting you the power of... Aura! You now have magical sight and hearing, baby.
Queen Butt Stallion! She's guiding us on our quest!
Sure enough, baby. A trail of spectral hoofprints leads off into the woods.
Slay. I still need the sensitivity to be down.
A fallen tree bars your path. What you gonna do about it, huh?
I cast Identify Tree.
I jumped
It's a
it.
species called
Speedrun.
Tutorials. And weirdly, it only grows in this one valley. Ahead, the glint of edge steel beckons you forward. Some hot lumberjane has left her axe in a stump.
Nice piece of steel, that.
Love a good axe. Great for cleaving, hacking, even a good old-fashioned chop.
I
So
chop.
the magical hoofprints continue through the cave. The rocky ceiling dips low to the ground.
A true
Oh, no.
maker knows when to stand tall and when to crouch.
I crouch.
Yeah, work them sweet glutes. And if you get a running start and crouch, you'll slide around like a cool action hero.
Whee! What was that? Oh, it was a checkpoint.
Another waystone guides your path, but reaching it
A what?
means going through a pack of nasty, pinchy
The way I already played this, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Hey.
Kill them all!
Ah, Pinchy! They're so pinchy!
Crab rave, crab rave. Oh, so sorry to that crab. Oh, monies. I would have given it some money.
Fought like rubbish. Die
Owie.
nicely, though.
Ow, stop.
You have defeated the crabs! Luckily, they were carrying their life savings for some reason. All yours now.
Money, honey.
I think we killed everything down here. Climb up there and follow the hoof prints.
I followed the hoof prints. Oh my god, wait, yeah, I forgot I killed a crab by accident later. He was innocent. Oh yes, it does have crossplay. Like one of the only ones, I think. Well, like one of the only like games
That's right.
in general
The Queen
that
has
has
ruled the
crossplay.
Wonderland since I was but a humble player, like you, Bing Bongs. She has foreseen your arrival and left a powerful weapon for you. The weapon of a Fate Maker.
I open it.
It's a gun!
This thing's half rust, but it'll still put holes in someone.
Wait, there's guns in fantasy?
You're in Tina's fantasy, baby!
Oh, I almost missed.
Suddenly, the shrine floor rises beneath you. From here, you can spy a quaint little village nestled in the bodacious bosom of the valley. But beyond it, a dark and ancient castle lurks... lurkingly.
If the Dragon Lord is here, he'll be in that castle.
I love the like character like. What? Because it's an Epic Games exclusive, bestie. Just like Borderlands 3 was.
Fate Maker! You never the dark!
Skellyman ambush!
Go break some bones, Fate Maker.
What have we here?
Got him! I have no ammo!
Holy crap, they might reach the Dark Master! I gotta book it!
Yeah. Whatever he's talking about. There's a loot chest up on that tower. Get them loots.
I am
Oh, and I will.
faithful servant of the Dragon Lord. Tell me where his tomb is, or I'll make you a skeleton too!
I don't know! I swear it's on the Queen's diamond tail!
Ooh, you found a ward. That's like a magical shield above your health. Pretty sweet.
Slay. I'm running. I want a monster.
Uh-oh, a rock slide bars your way to the village.
We're ruined! All is lost!
Very heroic. Tina, can we blow up the rocks?
Sorry, it's impossible.
It sends me that it's literally just Wanda Sykes. It's like, that's literally Wanda Sykes.
You gotta shoot him. You want them to explode.
1 second, Tina, I'm so sorry, girl.
Victory! I'd never lost hope.
Ahead, you hear the roar of raging fire and the clackety-clackety of bones.
We're here to save the village!
Ooh, the village is already ransacked and crawling with skilly men.
We're
It
here
does.
to avenge the village!
Just wait, it gets better. Everything just gets better. I'm not even saying this because, like, I'm not even being paid to promote this game. Like, they literally, like, have been nice enough to, like, provide me with all this good shit. Like, I loved this game and loved the genre and loved the series and everything. And then I finally got the opportunity and they've been so generous to me. It just makes me love everything even more. It makes me love and appreciate everything so much more.
An extra powerful skeleton arises.
Oh dear. Not me with my, like, 3 ammo and then a badass arrives. Okay. And the music, it's just so mystical and magical and just like... Ooh, get owned. Action skill unlocked. We got our
Single
skill.
villager remains alive in the carnage. But she looks bad, baby. She looks like she's about to die.
Might as well save her peasant ass.
Oh. Wanda Sykes, be nice.
Thank you for saving my peasant ass, stranger. How can I ever repay you?
Free of charge. I'm looking for the Dragon Lord.
You're a fate maker. I knew the Queen would send us a hero. The tomb is in the crypt below Castle Hierophant. You must hurry before his minions.
I know.
find it.
The tomb is inside.
Borderlands, they always take it to that
Perfect
extra,
hiding
like, they always add that extra touch.
May the
It's so
Queen's
good.
favor see your noble quest through.
It's so funny.
My peasant ass is killing me.
My peasant ass is killing me. I think that's what I said in the video that's gonna debut with Gearbox. I was like, these games are so camp, and I hope they keep it in the edit. Blythe, thank you so much. I think it pronounced it right. If not, you can correct me. I am not going to take
The
offense.
ruins of
Oh, I forgot to do my action skill. Oh, I can skip the tutorial. Okay, so we already did this in our YouTube video, so I'm not gonna go over this again.
Castle Hierophast are just out yonder. Which is fantasy for saying. It's over there, baby.
I sense the Dragon Lord's presence. His tomb is somewhere beneath these ruins. Find him, fellow skeletons!
Oh, is my chat still in followers 10 mode? I'm so sorry to everybody. I think it was. I'm so sorry. We were playing Martha is Dead yesterday, and I didn't want to get spoiled on the ending. It's like a horror game. So I apologize, but you should be able to chat now. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna grab a monster, because I would really like a monster. And I'm actually gonna heat up this bagel. So you put in follower... You just put it... No, yeah, I did. I just put it, because I think it was in 10 minute, and I just didn't realize. How was Martha? I fell asleep in my chair. Traumatizing. Like, that game was nuts. I'll upload it to YouTube tonight. Or maybe not, who knows? Because, you know, everything's happening so fast. I'm like, what's happening? What if I was like, where to next in the Borderland... Fuck. We'll cut this out. Where to next in Tiny Tina Wonderlands? Let me use my handy dandy map here. Where are we right now? This is in one of my PR boxes. It's a map of the stuff. So we're over here. We're all the way down here. You can't even see where we are. Do I look good from the back? Hey. Yeah. Yeah, it really was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. Let me go get that monster and put this coffee away. I don't want a fucking coffee right now. I'm trying to get a granola bar. Okay, I got one. Ah! There's stuff all over my floor. Okay. I'm back. Hey. What was that? What keeps touching me when I sit down? There's literally a ghost in here. Every time I sit down, something touches my butt when I sit down. It's literally Martha. Oh, the music still plays while I'm gone. Okay, that's hot. We are Martha.
Decisions, decisions. Hope you're carrying coins. I don't kill for free.
I can't look at twins the same after Martha. I'm like, are you... Oh, you are Martha. Back it up! Slayed. Ooh, love some garlic bread. You know who loves garlic bread? Jenny does. Jenny Raider.
Castle Harrowfast is a crumbly, tumbly ruin. No one is left to walk these halls. No one living.
So, skeletons.
Oh, yes, girl. You're picking up one of them.
I love that that's Jenny's username and Jenny like barely plays CBD anymore. It's so camp. Oh my god, that combat is so fucking cool. I love that you can equip melee weapons now, opposed to before you just like stuck with like your fists. So fun. It's like such a nice touch. When I tell y'all, we are gonna be playing this game for weeks. Nothing else. So you're gonna have to like what we're playing. Oh, I have to increase it if I want more field of view. I'm ready to be slayed fierce. Not stay in the look. I'd be so crusty.
When you got more than one gun, you can switch between them. Keeps combat spicy, like jambalaya.
So, Tina, maybe after this quest, I could be the bunker master. I've been working on a campaign. It's got orcs and kissing.
What?
No. Tina don't play no more, okay? But it's all good. I got megatons of questicles simmering up in my brain sauce, baby.
Oh! Oh my. Are you ready to be slayed fierce, chat? Slay fierce, honey, T-Wig. There's like a giant brown stain on my sleeve. It's so gross. Don't look at it. I don't know what that is. Hopefully contour. Or coffee. Oh no, it's coffee. I remember drinking this and spilling coffee on me. I was like, not on my pink bodysuit. I haven't worn this bodysuit in like forever. His body dysmorphia. I know you're slaying fierce right now, Mia. When are you not? You are always slaying fierce, bestie. Hi, Bijarty Bart. Whoa! Did you see the scatter on that? Holy shit! Hey, yo! I keep saying that. It's like my new thing. Hey, yo!
Beg. Got that going for you.
It's very Tiny Tina. She says that all the time, too. Is this a fake? Oh, I was really afraid it was a mimic.
If you're looking for trouble, you found it.
Harrowfast's throne hall lies barren, hella decrepit. The last of the Harrow bloodline sits in her ancient throne, her bones clutching a dusty spellbook as though awaiting a destiny that never came.
Well, this place is super grim. I love it. Grab that spell book.
I forgot to do that. I'm already speedrunning this game, lol.
Magic. That's the stuff.
With the spellbook equipped, you can cast the frost.
This is me after spending... Do you mind?
Magic is extra strong against the undead. They got none of that greasy flesh to keep them warm.
Now, how do we get into the tomb crypt?
This is me streaming 4 days in a row.
Around here somewhere.
It's hidden.
These enemies are giving my leg. Please.
The spoils of war.
Smash time!
Whee!
The bone-dry air of the crypt whips past you as you hurtle down into the depths beneath the castle. It smells of old stone.
Dusty Springfield.
And older secrets.
There's a side quest over here. Well, there's like a side item. I'm gonna pick it up, but it has nothing to do with what we're doing right now.
Being a duchess sucks. My servants suck. And prophecies? I spit upon prophecies. Tuh.
Rude.
That was me spitting. Because they suck. For 6 generations, my family has clung to this stupid prophecy. The Harrows must guard over these lands, lest a great evil rise again. Well, guess what? These lands suck. I'm getting out of here. One last meal, and I'm moving to the capital. Food's not bad, though. Guards! Fetch my poison tester. Tell him he sucks.
Well, that sucks for you, lady. Now you're dead. It reminds me of Eris from Billy and Mandy. You remember that girl with the golden apple? She was a serf. Hi, Sheena. I stepped on a booby trap. I stepped on a booby.
You hear a rumble and a booming laugh that seems to come from all around you.
Get stuffed, Ghost.
I found it! A tomb inside of a crypt! The perfect hiding place. I am coming, my Dark Master!
He's gonna resurrect the Dragon Lord. That's the exact opposite of what we want. We gotta get in there.
I need to drink. There's something in my throat. It's a booby. Oh. Okay.
The
I'm fine.
waystone glows. You feel its magic within your chest, within your mind, within your soul. It asks a question. Who are you?
I am a fate maker.
You have answered smartly, baby! The carven door to the Dragon Lord's tomb crumbles!
The resurrection ritual has begun!
I think you can move these rocks. I'm gonna bring one. I'm bringing the rocks with me.
Boss fight! I got a special figurine for this guy. 1 second. Rising before you is one of the Dragon Lord's most loyal undead soldiers. It's Ribula. Roll for initiative!
Ribula. That was my attack on him. He didn't see that coming.
Kick his ass, newbie.
C for effort. C minus. Gonna need more magic.
Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. No, he teleports away. Eep.
Works every time.
Oh, oh, watch out. Oh, smack cam. Oh no. I thought I was strong enough.
Your boy's not looking up to the task, Dragon Lord.
There's still time. You can seal the Dragon Lord away before he escapes.
I take all the loot. Also, anybody joining for the first time, you can follow all my socials on every social media app except here on Twitch. On Twitch, I am Nemesis Network. Everywhere else, I am Nemesis LaCroix, like the drink. Feel free to follow me there.
The Dragon Lord is
And all of my VODs are available on
Dragon Lord,
YouTube at Nemesis
let's
LaCroix
do
as well.
this.
That's good. Yeah, not happening. Come on, the Fate Maker never beats the villain in the first quest. Still, you're stronger.
He's
than
kinda
the ones
hot.
she
Now, wait a
sent
minute.
before. I wonder.
I can cook. Oh.
We'll meet again, Fate Maker. But for now, I have to go pay an old shiny friend a visit. See you around the neighborhood.
Damn it, he got away. We gotta track him down. I want that big bad boss kind of loot.
Is that who it is? I thought it was... You literally can't cook. How dare you? I make a mean... pasta. Oh my god. Violent. Magic missile.
The Fate Maker's journey begins as so many do, with a heart full of fire and dreams of dragons and magic. It will end only one way.
Is that Roland?
The defeat of all evil.
Despite your heroic efforts, the Dragon Lord has escaped!
Wait a minute. Did you hear what he said? Shiny? Friend? Neighborhood? I know where he's headed. He's after Queen Butt Stallion.
To warn Queen Butt Stallion of the Dragon Lord's escape, you must travel far across the Wonderlands to the capital city of Brighthoof.
I think it is too, because Tiny Tina doesn't realize that Roland is, you know. Running and running and running. Oh my god, the overworld! I met the person at the premiere party that did this. That designed the overworld. So cool. I love the take on it. It's very, like, just very, like, it's very, like. I wish I could just not say that word. I wish you could just, like, mute words in real life that you just couldn't say. Like, everything's so much easier.
I built you guys this big overworld on the table. Just move your miniature wherever you want to go on it.
Nice detailing on the landscape. Feels like there's a whole world just waiting for us to kill and loot it.
That's right! Welcome to my Wonderlands!
Yay! Applause, applause, applause. I'm running, I'm running.
The road to Brighthoof is blocked. You still have to go through that tall grass. A battle jumps out at you! Random encounter! Ha!
Ah! I'm being scared and attacked! Yes! That kind of looks like a butthole.
Every story has an end, and yours is right now.
I would run if I were you. Same spot, different day.
The starter gun being so good. We won.
This world's no place for the weak.
How did you get the champion armor pattern? I have no idea. Oh, this is a nice thing. I got gifted the champion edition of the game in my collaboration with 2K, so I think that's how. I think. I've been working directly with them and they've been so kind to me, so I think that's how. Not sure if that's how. I don't know. I thought it was a cool, pretty pattern. I didn't know it was something, I didn't know it was, yeah.
Just made the list. Now that's the good stuff.
Thank you. Welcome in. Oh my god, there's ninjas. Oh my god, the Ninja Turtles.
Let's make this interesting.
Why did he just explode like that?
So much to conquer. I'd give it all for a little more.
Oh, loot. Sorry. I can level up my skill tree. What is this? Head statue. Oh, I wanted to read that. Shop, drop, and roleplay. Oh, I love a good roleplay. Y'all know I love to roleplay. So I've already played this, and I'm like, usually when like you replay games, you're kind of like, full. Like I've already played this, and I'm like, I love it.
Cuts around the overworld to help you get around. All you gotta do is punch him. Shortcut unlocked. There's all sorts of goodies and dungeons hidden behind things you can punch. Oh man, this is the best. I am so glad you guys are here to play games and be friends. It's just been me in this cave with the Bunbos and like a mountain of marshmallow cereal for like ever.
Ah, Tina, have you been lonely?
What? No! You're lonely! I got friends! I got tons of friends! Look at all these hottie bun babes! This one, his name is Dimitri Papadopoulos, and these are his cousins from out of state!
And why are they ticking?
I'm so glad you asked, because they are also bombs.
Great! Nice to meet you, Dimitri.
I was with Dimitri.
Hey, you want to get rich?
Nice to meet you. This guy seems a little on edge, but maybe he can point you to something keen.
This shrine behind my well-protected and notably unstabbed back is for some old god that's fallen out of fashion. I figure if we get all the pieces back together, they reward us real nice. With gold!
Sure.
I already found a piece myself, and I know where another one is. You get that for me, we can split the reward. I'll be here watching your back, your defenseless, stabbable back. And if anyone comes at you from the front like a moron, just give him a slap. It's the stab of the open palm.
Right.
Never know who might give you the old back-acupuncture. It's always the last person you expect. Well, the proverbial you, not you personally. I'm sure you're
I'm not sure, Bajart. I'm not really good with names and celebrities. Like, I've been so bad at that my entire life. The only voice I recognize is Wanda Sykes. I also don't recognize men, because I know, like, maybe 3 men that exist, and they're all wrestlers. Finn Balor, Randy Orton, and John Cena, and, like, that's it. So...
That dungeon over there may
yeah.
contain a shrine piece.
Yeah, I just, like, you know... Google says yes. Okay, noted. Love that my mods have my back, because I'm just like, yeah, I'm here to be pretty and play a video game that I really like. Like, literally while devs are watching us, I'm like... Literally the audio department that filmed the voice, like, worked with the voice actors. I'm like, I don't know who these people are. Who these voice actors are, I have no idea.
Let's get this over with. I never miss. I don't do warning shots.
I'm pretty.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
I'm pretty. Hey, I want that. What are these? Emote just oh, you can unlock emotes in this, like in Borderlands 3. Can like this hair in my face, like hair keeps getting in my face. Like let's stop that trend. Does everything look okay on your end, guys? Oh!
Get stuck.
That's so much to unlive for.
Oh, that's a boss. Hi, sir. What is that? What is that? Stop! I don't know what that is.
I've got all the magic I need.
Oh, this is not gonna end well. Oh my god. Oh, I did it! What is this? Oh, it's gone now. This looks like a trap or something. Like some, like, ritual. Interesting. Wait, was that a sight? What was that? Oh my god, it is. Is that a cyber crossbow? Okay, hi Crobatty. I guess so. Design in this game is Poggies. How far out can I zoom the camera? I want to see. Just look at how beautiful this is. Like, come on. This is so cool. No, seriously, right? It's so pretty. The way it shoots is funny. I don't know why, that really got me. Silly little gun. I can't wait to see the legendaries in this game. I literally forgot we're playing Borderlands games, so like there's legendary loot and guns. Like it doesn't feel like a Borderlands game, which is so cool. And I like literally forgot. I'm excited to see what the legendary guns are in this game. Like legendary loot, like oh my god. Like we're only level 3, so it's like Gorgeous. Oh, there's another level? Oh dear. Oh my. Oh no, 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 no. Let's try our new gun. I don't know why the sound effect makes me giggle.
I'm getting the hang of this killing business.
Silly little gun. That ability? Don't look. What? That was nuts. I dropped a meteor. That was just my side spell. That wasn't my main attack. Die. Can I like do it like that? Holy moly!
Still time to run the other way.
Holy moly.
Energy's empty.
When this wins Game of the Year and I go to the Game Awards this year, oh my god, we won. Slay.
I do love my stuff.
What was that noise? Oh!
Cleared everyone out and you're still
Oh,
alive, huh? Guess you better grab that shrine piece. Saves me a trip.
Oh, see, there are customizations you can unlock. We've got 2 so far. Slay! I knew it! I told y'all. What is that?
You spy a magical crystal belonging to a broken shrine somewhere in the Wonderland.
Can't wait to throw some
Ooh.
spells.
Ah.
So, this guy's totally gonna try and kill us, right?
Totally.
Girls say what?
His name is literally Backstab.
My giant head. It's giving Tomodachi life. The tack.
Huh. Didn't see that coming.
Maybe he stabbed himself?
Oh, he's dead?
These course and rivers throughout the universe. Anyhoozle, once the shrine is complete, you get the reward all to yourself.
He got stabbed with a tack. Lol. Get fucking owned. Wait, so... Oh, I need to get another shrine piece. Gotcha. Okay. So we continue. I didn't do that the first time, so that was my first time doing that. That was fun. Didn't feel like an annoying side quest. What do you think, Butt Stallion? My queen. Look, she's so happy. She loves this game. She's cheesing. I wish I could find my Tiny Tina plushie. I don't know where I put it. I had the whatever one. The Saxo Pants. I don't know where he is. I like lost him when I came back from Texas the first time.
Psst, newbie. Don't worry, those jerks at the table can't.
Nick! Oh my god, let me put this down. Hi, bestie. How are you doing, Milk and Nick? Smooth brain gang. Is that what's happening? Hello, hey. Love to support, bestie. Hi, bestie. I'm so happy to see you. Thanks for coming in, everybody. We are currently playing the newly released game published by 2K and Gearbox called Tiny Tina Wonderlands. I was so happy to get 2 PR kits, and I am currently sporting the plushie in the PR kit, the pins. I got the gold edition of the game, and 2K and Gearbox has been so great to a trans NB person like me, so hey, give them money if you can, because they like to support trans people, which is kind of slay. And queer people. So true, because there's a lot of queer stuff in this game. AV Hero and MJ, thanks for coming in. How you doing? 16 months, Nick. That's nuts. I told you, mine, for you, it's like one of those subscriptions I just keep going. So I need to log into your stream. But we have the same stream schedule. I gotta log into your stream sometime and just drop it and see how many months have stacked up. But thank you so much. Love you so much. Hope the stream was great. You know what I actually want to do? Just like a quick little second. Anybody coming in? I'm Nemesis. My pronouns are they, them. Like I said, we're playing Tiny Tina Wonderlands. It just got released today. God, can this open, please? Oh, I'm opening it the wrong way. Yeah, my pronouns are they, them, trans, femme, non-binary, bestie. I play lots of games over here. Me and Nick kind of play some of the same games, so if Nick isn't live, I'd love to have you over here. I want to see these tarot cards. I wish I knew how to read tarot. So there's this they, them. I did that and a nail popped off. Ow! I love that this full nail set is still on and then the other hand is pinkies up. I love you so much. Thanks for coming in, bestie. Thanks for the raid, seriously. Oh! These are so... Are you kidding me? Oh, did I just spoil myself? Because if this bitch is real... A snake, sexy snake queen lady? I need to stop looking because we're going to spoil ourselves. Oh. So there's this snake queen lady. Amif. Yes. Ugh. Okay. You sit right here, bestie. Sit. Can I, like, have her, like, sit on the chair? Oh. Now look at the camera. Girl. Slay. When she falls over. Don't fall. Okay? Stay.
Just us down here. Hey, I know I'm the villain, but I still just wanted to wish you luck on the whole quest thing. Not that you need luck, right? I mean, you're the Fate Maker.
Look at how pretty these are. These are where you get your shops and stuff.
The best armor in all the realm.
Hello, House Music. How are you doing? House Music's here. We won. Are you falling? You better not fall. Oh, she's moving. Oh, she's tipping. Fine, I'll hold you. All right.
Before you rise the mighty walls of Brighthoof. But you're not the only new arrival.
What?
A massive skeleton army is sieging the city! Catapults! Scallymans!
This looks like Martha.
Scally ships! There's bombs raining down!
Well. What's that? Oh. Yeah, Martha's dad is back. He's up to no good. Hi, Raven Games. I still am lost. Was Martha's dad a good guy or a bad guy?
Skelly ships land on the beach, unloading evil cargo of skelly hearts and skelly women's.
That's for making me look at you.
He was a Nazi? Oh. Well, he's a bad guy. But also, do you think about like how like yesterday when we played that game, we almost played that game in a different language, and already enough the story like we did not understand. Can you imagine us trying to like read the subtitles and understand what was going on? Like we would be so lost. Like we'd be even more lost. Anyways, we're talking about this game because this game is great. Tiny Tina Wonderlands. Key provided by 2K and Gearbox.
Ready to cut.
What just happened? Oh no, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
I made him meaner stuff than that.
Yeah, you do your homework. You do that. You do that house music. You slay that homework, bestie. Oh!
The skeletilary blasts a hole in the barrier! The defenses are breached!
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
I love the combat. I don't know, something about it gives me that buzz.
Fighting back against the endless tide of skellymens! Though his armor is scarred by 100 battles, his honor is untarnished. It's Paladin Mike!
Hey!
Oi! You, citizen! Over here! I saw you fighting the undead on the beach. Glad I'm not the only one giving these bony pricks a hard time.
Didn't know paladins got to swear so much. Might have signed up myself.
Do I bloody look like I've got time for manners lessons? I'm up to my codpiece in undead! They came out of nowhere!
Aye, the Dragon Lord has returned. I've seen for myself.
The Dragon Lord!
We gotta get him.
We'll have to deal with him later. Right now, we have to break this siege. The undead have catapults lobbing skeletons over the walls. I need you to destroy them. Here, take this C4.
Tina, I know you like explosives, but can you make it more fantasy themed than C4?
Right. Good catch, yeah.
Yeah, right. Here, take this, fantasy 4.
Ew, what is that?
I'll help the villagers get to safety. Fight through the siege fields and use that fantasy 4 to blow the catapults to Kingdom Bloody Come!
Shut up, house music. I can't.
It begins.
Elevating it to show women who are strong. Stop! Don't make me laugh. This band-aid on my nose is gonna come off.
Uh-oh, skelliemans appear as you near the catapult.
Spells are up.
Uh-oh. Mia, what is with you? Are really, you know, that Tomodachi character really is you. The eyebrows, the anger. You need to calm it down. Lower those eyebrows. Calm it down. Little guy's angry. Little guy's angry. Not this being my first death. Oh, that's my first ever death. I didn't even die in the demo. Oh, I've never even seen this revive screen. Oh, that was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. There was nothing pointed about what I said. Quote, Mia, OMG Mia, 2 minutes ago. You should not be the one complaining about laughing. I thought I was gonna die the other night. Oh, there's nothing pointed about that? Interesting. Oh, wait, you're ugly. Get away.
Simple geometry.
Slap that fantasy ball onto the catapult. Now set it off. Oh, you'll want to stand bloody clear.
The catapult explodes into glitter and rainbow bits.
Bloody
I'm gonna cover the White House in glitter. Crystal Method reference.
Paladin Mike isn't mine, but I met this cool nerdy barista on the EchoNet, and they said I could use their B&B character if I wanted, and I was like, hell yeah! And they were like, chuck, go.
I didn't realize D&D, but this is called B&B.
A dragonfly.
I did not realize.
And I was like, ooh.
That's good.
That's it too.
So much to unlive.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job. Let's make this interesting.
Oh my god, I'm so excited to get past the part that I played up to. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. We're almost there.
If you're looking for trouble, you found it. I've got all the magic I need.
Okay. Oh, I got a new customization. Holy fuck. Hi, hella booch. Can't believe the undead are eating your booty cheeks. It's okay. They kind of look like twinks, and they always be up in my booty cheeks, so it's not far off.
I'm going to eat your brain!
I've honestly thought about like censoring myself for, you know, these streams just in case 2K developers are watching, but the Borderlands games are grotesque and vulgar and funny, so.
Now that's the good stuff.
Undead twinks worse than living twinks? Do the twinks respect me and my gender identity? That is the real question here. I cry for fries. I love that. Username. I don't know why I was just like, I love when you cry for fries. Love that username. Love French fries. So true.
Lost! They've set the last catapult up on the fallen tower!
Do twinks ever? Well.
That's way too big of a jump. What if we
Brr.
undestroyed that last catapult and threw ourselves over?
Hey! No touching the miniatures! But launching yourself with a catapult sounds cool, so I'm gonna let it go this once! This once.
I like that we're talking about twinks and Marshall is just quiet. Sorry.
Whee! Those catapults take hundreds of goblin hours to construct. I'm out here creating jobs, you know.
Oh my god, there's so many purple things I'm getting. So many skins. It's a pointed conversation. I don't know what you could be speaking of. I love twinks! I didn't mean to hit that button. No! I meant to hit the ding! Oh no!
Unleash hell.
Hi, safety!
You tell them I'm coming.
I'm a talking skeleton!
Did you hear that audio file? I'm a talking skeleton! Woo! Oh, don't go to social. I don't want to socialize.
Those ones are ready. Put out the oven. Drop the ball.
I'm really getting owned. It's these mages. Oh my god, ow. Fuck.
They'll be shaking in their boots. Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though. Get stuck.
Oh, I thought you died. LOL. Oh, a purple! That's our first purple weapon. We got a purple, scythe. Cool. How cool is that? How slay. I don't know why the FPS is so bad in this screen. Whatever. You look so cute. Thank you. Yeah, we're wearing the pins that Gearbox and 2K sent us. I have the pins of all the companions in the game. Butt Stallion from the PR box. We did an unboxing of all the stuff earlier, and so I'm trying to represent Tomorrow I'm gonna wear the Tiny Tina sweater they gave me. It's so cute. It's a cute blue and it's super cute. Wait, I didn't even think about it. Are we gonna see characters from past games in this? Like, are we gonna see Moxie? No spoilers, please. But like, I didn't even think about that. Yes, Moxie is a me. This game looks fun. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really smooth. The audio is great. Like, it's amazing. Gotta focus the mages. They do a lot of damage. Fuck.
Not this time.
Oh, another purple.
Healing potion, eh? Still time to run the other way.
Nox the Muse. Hi, how you doing? Uh-oh, mini boss time. If the network recommends it, I must buy. True. I love being a sales they them.
You join our ranks. Getting my body to science. Is that a thing here?
We're still watching. Oh my god, hi!
How shall I become deadlier next?
But I might have to go play. Well, I'm gonna be here. Like I said, my socials. Also, anybody in the department that has pictures with me from the party, please tag me at Nemesis LaCroix on social media. But also, I'm gonna be streaming today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So if you want to catch my stuffs, my reactions, I'll be here all weekend. So don't you worry. You better enjoy the game too, because trust and believe, y'all did an amazing job. Also, love the sound effect of this gun. I don't know if you caught it earlier, but I don't know why. It just makes me laugh. I don't know why. It just sounds funny to me. I love it.
Broke the siege. Hardly broke a sweat.
That'll bloody learn 'em. Ha! Regroup by the main gate. I can see 'em gathering for an assault.
Oh, good for you. See, while you're having your little heroic tantrum out there.
Thanks for watching. It means the world, seriously.
Getting ready to burn the place to the ground.
I'm very excited to get past the part I didn't get past in the demo. So I played this for YouTube because y'all provided me with a copy. Well, not y'all because like I was talking with relations, but you know what I mean. But I got to the end of this quest and then I stopped because I wanted to do it all on the live stream. So I'm very excited to get to there. Very excited to get to an area of that I haven't explored yet, if that makes sense. But what?
Hey, you showed those boneheads what for?
Yeah, I'm gonna be up all night. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm literally gonna be up all night. I do not even care.
No way! I've never actually seen one of these before.
Moxie, the streamer, was telling me that this game gets emotional. I'm a little nervous.
All right. I'm bloody impressed. I only heard about those in stories.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mike is talking to me.
The Queen's magic has unlocked more of your power as a fate maker.
My baby!
The Dragon Lord's armies don't stand a chance.
Do a little dance. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, fuck it up. Ooh, ooh.
Too bad I don't have
Do a little dance.
up my sleeve for this.
Blammo! A trial smashes through the gate!
Oh, that damn thing knocked the gate down. The undead are about to attack. Stand tall, soldiers!
Hope to meet with you soon. Of course!
In our midst. Great hoops shall not fall this day!
Then the city is burning and I'm just like chilling with my mushroom. That did not sound correct. I'm chilling with my mushroom companion. Yeah. Not some hater already. Hold on. Baby, it's not a botched nose job. First of all, it's a character makeup. Second of all, it's makeup. It's nose contour. How did you even get to my Twitter? Nose job. First of all, it's a character makeup. Why was there some troll in my Twitter replies? Like, what? Not your botched nose job. Okay, weirdo. I just followed you back, Nox. Yeah, that's interesting. Funny. Bitch, I wish I got a nose job. Like, okay. I don't know, it makes me laugh. I'm not offended, it's just funny. It makes me giggle a little bit. It definitely made me a little giggly. Need a new gun. I do a little hee hee, a little har har. No, I don't want this gun. No. No. This one, maybe? I just had this gun. God damn it. Oh my.
I don't do warning shots.
There's so much happening! What's happening? Hi, Angel. Not nose jobs are expensive, but not if you do them yourself. Shut up. Yeah, let me get on the counter and get my nose done.
The end draws near.
You could snap it back into place. Let's go. But sorry, mine's crooked. Sorry.
That's more like it.
I'm wearing the band-aid because I have a crooked nose. Right. I just got my nose done. My botched nose job. Right. Yeah, I got my nose done to look more like Tiny Tina's nose before we started. I'm actually not wearing makeup right now, either. Yeah, I got it done at Babe's Chicken House in Dallas, Texas. They did it right in the kitchen. They did my nose job.
controls wanes.
Not big nose.
That all you got, Dragon Lord?
Watch it, Fate Maker.
Thank you, Cat Dad.
Even seen me
Subtle.
try.
Over here, Fate Maker.
So silly and quirky. That picture Justin replied with, me looking over with a coffee. It's funny. Dallas, you're so toxic. A wonderful look and a wonderful nose. You are so stupid.
What shall I meet death out with next?
Oh my, hold on. Damn, yeah. Oh, let's not do that actually. I just wanted to see what that was. Don't do that. Okay, wait, let's appreciate our mushroom companion. Wait, that's so cute. It keeps the color of your eyes and it keeps the skin that you have over its little scarf. Oh, it dresses up like you. I didn't realize that the first time. It's adorable. True, Fisher. True. It's literally true. Yeah, look, he has a dumpy too. Did you see the dumpy? Yo, look at that dumpy. Oh! Is there still an enemy around here? What's happening? Oh, I have to meet with Mike.
Honestly, I didn't quite believe it. That you fight like something out of a legend. Oh, you are a Fate Maker. Oh, come on, we've stopped their ground assault, but there's some undead that made it into the city.
Better hurry if you're gonna stop me and save the world. I can only drag my feet destroying Brighthoof for so long.
Bloody gates are closed. Give me a moment, I'll get us in. Oi! Lord Sky! Open up the gate!
Speak the password?
Passwords open the bloody gate before I shove leaves down your throat, stick a handle on your ass, and turn you into my own personal bloody teapot!
It's definitely him, guys! Open the gate!
Come on, but get ready. It's gonna be a right mess in there.
Brighthoof. I lost, yeah, all on this hand, unboxing all of the PR. But this hand's fine, which is like all I need, really. Just one hand. I'm also wearing mushroom earrings. I don't know if anybody saw that, but I didn't have any pink earrings to wear, so I have these cute mushroom earrings, considering we're playing the mushroom class. So I thought I'd pop them on.
You witness total carnage. Homes are on fire. Skelly-mans are eating people's feet. It's soups to fresh.
This is
Soups to fresh.
Come on,
It's soups
we have
to
clear the
fresh.
city. We'll make our stand in the main square.
Yes, yes.
Town
Push on,
squid.
my armies of unyielding darkness.
Hi, King.
Once I take this city, the whole world will fall into my hands. Is this working for you? I want you to hate me. I'm talking true loathing, like an absolute rage smoldering within.
I don't hate him. I think he's hot.
Know if else I can do. Mentor figures I can kill. I'm all ears.
Talos! Behave. We have visitors. A dragonfly!
I would run if I were you.
DK, welcome in. Not under the staircase like Harry Potter. Hangry! Hi, Angel. Thanks so much for the raid. How's it going? Everybody coming in. I'm Nemesis. I run the network around here every week in drag. My pronouns are they, them. I'm non-binary trans femme, drag legend here on Twitch. I'm kidding. I'm not a legend. I'm just blowing smoke out of my ass. How was the stream? What are you doing? I'm really loving it. We're about to get to the part that I haven't progressed through. So I played this in the demo for my YouTube channel because they sent this to me early, but we're almost to the point that I haven't experienced yet. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody. We're playing the new Borderlands Tiny Tina game. Oh my, not a double raid, baby. Oh my God. Hey, everybody. Hi, everybody. Hi, Night Owl. Hi, Lois. Lois, Griffin. Hey. Hibby, thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? What's going on? Hi, everybody. Hey, Pina. So everybody coming in, I was so graciously gifted so much PR and so much love from 2K and Gearbox. So I am currently sporting some of the pins. We are currently playing the Champion Edition of the new game provided by Gearbox. I've been working with 2K and Gearbox, and they provided me with so much cute PR with a statue. So cute. If you like Tiny Tina and all the content from the Borderlands series, take a seat. Have a good night with me. Gonna be up all night. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. Get that PR. I was so graciously gifted, Pib. It was such an honor. Seriously. How is everybody doing? Thank you so much for 26 months, Pib. Does it say 26? Oh my God. Holy crap. Thank you so much. Love you so much. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Illbleed. Oh, I want to play that so bad. Oh, you don't like it? Is that your emote? That's cute. I want to play it, yeah. But yeah, we got some really cute stuff from Gearbox that I was able to showcase earlier, but now we're just playing the game. We're having a good time. We're gonna get back into it if anybody doesn't mind. Hangry and Pib, thanks for the raids. Double raid right now. So everybody make sure you're following Hangry and Pib. But today has been a really special day. I have been working with 2K and Gearbox, and Okay. The bow falling out of my hair when I'm trying to say something nice. Not Pibby spoiling me tonight. Thanks, Pib. Pib, you got us to 420 subs. Hey! Thanks, Pibby. I gotta stop in a stream so we can figure out what number I got on your channel. You know it's a lot. You know it's a big number. I know it is. Make sure you tell Rio that I say hi and I love them so much. But I have work in a couple hours. Excuse you, what? You have work on Tiny Tina release day? Hey, Rio! It's tragic, I know. Yeah, it's kind of sick and twisted, actually. I own every Borderlands. Me too! I love them all so much. What if I come back from work and you're still streaming? That's probably not gonna happen, but you can dream. We'll make Rusev Day, but for you, Nemesis Day. You are so insane. The way I unpaused and that happened? Hello? Okay. Literally toxic. Okay. That's what I get for pausing in the middle of a fight. Oh my god, gay in the sky. Look, gay. I love gay rights.
You didn't beg. Got that going for you.
Hello. I forgot you can climb. Not me missing.
Out.
Oh, nice. Oh my god. What was that?
Like rain, only sharper. Let's get casting and blasting.
I did. Ah! Okay. That's cringe. It is cringe. You're cringe. What, are you too busy spending your money on Valorant skins? Cringe. Oh, that's why I don't go to the dentist. I actually spent all my money on a botched nose job. Yeah, I'm still paying off my trip from Dallas. I did like a payment. I get like a payment every couple weeks. So. Excuse you, Marshall. Me and Talos don't live in America. We live in Australia. That's so messed up you would, like, just forget that. Yeah, True Blue, like True Blood, the crime show. I just realized it's a Tiny Tina cosplay. I couldn't figure out your nose. Now I get it. Yeah, my nose is fucked up, so it's yeah. I'm ugly. Sorry. Thank you, Pibby, for the gifted subs and the raid. I really love and appreciate you so much. I don't think you understand. Like, you're one of my favorite people on the planet Earth. I love you, I love you, I love you.
What do you do?
I think it's obvious. We seduce the drawbridge.
Oh, we make whoopee with the drawbridge?
Hey, girl. Fine. Those are counterweights.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even
Oh,
gonna go
yeah.
for that. The drawbridge, it digs your flavor, baby.
Works every time.
Boneheads incoming! Come on! Main square is this way!
The skeleton who brings me the Queen's diamond head gets one of those novelty turkey drumsticks. Even if you can't eat it, they'll club a human like a fence post.
Very Australian crime show. So true. I have to go to the dentist and get my teeth. I definitely need to get like a filling or a cavity thing. What are they called? I have a cavity. How do you fix it? You tell I don't go to the dentist? I just spit. I get a filling at the dentist, and then I get another filling at the donut store, and I get a jelly-filled donut. You disgusting perverts! I saw that!
No magic left!
A root canal. This is my rootin' wig. That's an Australian thing! You're rootin', you're rootin'. I came in to say hi. Hi, Sapphire! Is post-dental dick down? Yeah! Good morning!
Well, and I feel accomplished.
Are there still enemies? Okay! I guess so! Quote from a message in my chat. I'll read it very dramatically. I love a jelly-filled donut, but sometimes you gotta be the jelly-filled donut. Okay. Anyways.
Still time to run the other way.
Loving that people that work at 2K and Gearbox could be watching this, and I'm like, yeah, I wanna, you know, donut. Right. Oh, I'm being revived. Slayage. Okay, well, whose fault is that? Yours. Literally yours. It's literally OMG Mia's fault.
Lifeless skellyman clatters to the cobblestones. Realize you've done it. The undead horde has been
Your favorite comedy queen? I thought they were your favorite bedroom queen. Sorry.
For the queen! It feels so good to be a hero.
I hope you remember this. I gave it
Yes, I can. I am literally in my bedroom. I am a bedroom queen right now. Perfect. I need some new wigs. So very sick. So is your mom after D's nuts.
The Fademaker wields great power in the face of evil. It feels like something lost long ago has been found again. It feels like home.
Bloody brilliantly done. Over here, Fate Maker.
I'm so... What is happening on tonight's stream? Cut the cameras. Anyways. Yeah, gay. Y'all like gay people?
You saved us all, Fate Maker. You are the hero of Brighthoof.
I'm glad to hear, Sapphire.
Bloody Dragon Lord business. I'm sure the Queen will be eager to meet our new Fate Maker in person. The castle gates are right over there.
Listen, there was a side quest in this game that you could literally collect Prano magazines, so...
The gates of Her Majesty's castle swing open as though they anticipated your arrival. And then you hear the clop of perfect hooves upon the cobblestones. They belong to the most goodest, majesticest ruler ever seen by mortal eyes.
Queen Butt Stallion!
Queen.
Her magnificence. It just washes over you, man.
Yes, I feel it. It's fizzy.
You spilled your soda.
Yes, I did, and it was in honor of the Queen.
Oh my god, is that the guy from Fortnite? Hey.
Yeah.
True.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Spell Butt Stallion, bestie.
Yeah, okay. So,
is she wearing
she
shoes?
Says you are the bravest
Slay.
Fate Maker the Wonderlands has seen in generations. But though you have pushed back the Dragon Lord's attack, his downfall can only be brought about by one thing. You must go and retrieve
the Sword of Souls!
I was getting to that! Yeah, it's a Sword of Souls. Although, thank you, Valentine, for paying attention to the exposition.
The Sword of Souls is the coolest weapon in the whole game. Are we really getting that?
I mean, if you complete the quest, yeah.
I'll murder this whole quest and everyone in it. I want that sword.
Intense, but it's in the right spirit. Mostly.
Her Majesty says that the Sword of Souls is hidden in the Shattergrave Barrow. She will be reaching there personally for you.
Would you say we're being bestowed a huge honor? I've always wanted to be bestowed something.
Girl, you totally just got bestowed.
My dream! It's happening!
Bestowed. Thinking about how Martha gaslighted her entire family for 15 years. I just think about Martha. Wait! That doesn't make sense because she doesn't exist. What? Literally insane. That game is nuts. It's Cuckoo Bonanza. Is that a Cheeto? Oh, you can zoom in. I didn't know you could zoom in. Slay. A punch button. Ah!
What phone's gonna connect with your
Ah! 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 You're big. Pee-pee. A massive Cheeto.
The Queen says that the sword was hidden here in case the evil souls roused from their graves and needed to get absorbed.
I'm sorry. I'm like thinking, because the troll on Twitter, I'm just thinking about when Gearbox posts the video that we filmed. And the replies of the video, I can't wait till I get hate comments. And then I just reply with like, your mom. I'm sorry. I'm like literally 5 years old. It's literally gonna be so good.
The Dragon Lord's soul
I can't wait.
and be done with him.
They're gonna like slur me and call me disgusting names, and I'm just gonna be like, LOL, your mom.
You little cute idiots.
Hey.
Hey, girl.
You're here for the Sword of Souls, aren't you? They put me in here for being possessive. But the joke's on them. I'm gonna get to the sword first. Then, the Dragon Lord's gonna make me his right-hand lady.
Hey, she's just trying to make us learn exposition. Shoot her in the face a lot.
That's how more conversations should end.
That's not gonna work on me, you cutie dummy. I told you I was possessive. That body sucked anyway. I'll go get a better one.
Did you hear what she said about me? Not that bad. Nice try. But she can't retcon turning me into the villain in all her campaigns. No, wait. There was that one other guy. A sorcerer, job-stealing hack.
This candle on the ground is a fire hazard.
Some hack.
Just putting that out there. I've had skills available for a while and I'm not using them because I'm an idiot. Oh, I want this ability. Your mushroom companion will occasionally let one rip, taunting enemies and leaving them in a poison cloud that deals damage over the time. Whoever smelt it, dealt it. See, that's how you do the timing of the command, y'all. Take notes. We are using the purple scythe. I'm gonna upgrade strength because I want to have more ability on my, or damage on my scythe. Also,
I'm here, and my foes are there.
See what happens?
Death by death cap!
Like rain, only sharper.
destroyed.
Banner's tapped out!
Oh!
That one's bigger.
Oh, she's in that one. Oh! Whee! Oh no!
Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you.
She got pushed off the map!
Kill me that easy. She's ruining my favorite part of killing things.
Oh no!
Shut up and stay dead.
Inside the mausoleum, a chest catches your eye. Ooh.
Oh well. There's only green loot anyway. That's just funny. That was so disrespectful.
It's a dark magic spell.
Dark magic. Uh-oh. Scary.
Ooh, dark magic gives you health-stealing powers.
Sounds evil, but let's call it morally gray.
Doing a little grave robbing, huh? I knew you weren't completely boring. I'm still gonna beat you to the sword. Let's go get to know each other. Somewhere nice and quiet.
Are you saying I'm a flop? Just kidding. Damn. Ew, spiders.
hope one of these lands in an idiot.
Whoa, what was that spell? Whoa.
Let's make this interesting.
So true, safety.
Spells are spent. Let's get casting and blasting. It's just a flesh.
Oh no.
I've got vengeance on my mind. This world's no place for the weak. Never a moment's peace. Simple geometry. Ha.
Oh no!
A credit to the brave.
Oh, my mushroom companion got him.
The evil soul takes off for the large ruins up the hill.
No!
Come and get him, boys! Buy me some time, would ya?
I take some money. Money, honey.
What shall I meet death out with next? It begins.
I thought it auto-aimed. Or locked on, whatever you want to call it. Slay, 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 slay.
Queen Butt Stallion coming in blue.
Yes!
The Royal Hoof of Doom!
Queen!
That seems handy, Your Majesty. Spells are up!
True.
The Royal Majesty says you will need to find the Tome of Fate and read
The Fate Maker's Creed!
aloud to gain entrance to the relic repository below the ruins.
Oh! Okay, I'll go this way. Oh yes! Right after this little section. We're close. Let's get this piece over here. And then it's brand new stuff for me.
Nothing good skitters like that.
What was that?
Oi, who's there?
Your voice echoes through the ghastly ruins, but there is no answer.
I didn't see that the first time.
Oh, what is that? Burn it! Stab it! Kill it!
Quit freaking out. It's just a mimic. This is why I shoot every chest just to be sure.
Thank you, Hangry.
As the mimic dies,
I feel super cute. I really love the look today.
Tome of Fate. You're gonna have to read it aloud on the altar outside.
My old nemesis.
Reading?
Out loud.
Your old what?
I've got all the magic I need.
That's me! They said my name, that's me!
The tome of fate upon the pedestal and read out the Fate Maker's Creed.
When in the DLC they add a Nemesis drag queen character, oh my god, we won!
Fate does not divide us. Fate brings us together.
Ooh, I like that. Fate brings us together. That's going on my vision board.
Do you really believe that, Tim?
What? Nah, girl, that's just some fantasy butt crap. But I guess, you know, fate brought us together. I don't know, whatever.
I'm a firm believer in working hard and, you know, things don't happen unless you ask and you work for it. So everything that I've done so far, you gotta market, you gotta network, no pun intended, you gotta sell yourself, you gotta get out there. I wouldn't have gotten these opportunities if I didn't. Ooh, ooh, this gun looks sick.
Oh, cutie idiot, you caught up. Not gonna do you much good though.
We all die. Why not?
The moldy barrel was filled with
I don't remember this.
dead gross stuff. It's full of nasty evil smells, and it's so gross and bad. Oh god, I just want to roll.
Oh, so it's like Valentine's private quarters. State City.
That's a lot of enemies.
You didn't beg. Got that going for you.
Aw, not one sneaking up behind me.
Some spells.
Ow.
What? What a shame you and your stupid queen are gonna die once the DL gets the sword.
Perfect, there's a refill ammo button. Love that for me.
Excuse me while I slip into something more catastrophic.
Oh god. Oh, this gun's good. I like how it fires fast. Says there's a different mode for it. Sick. The damage, slay.
Not now, stupid!
Uh-oh, I'm out of ammo.
This isn't a waste of my time.
Slay.
The body of the Zomboss collapses. Her Majesty reappears. You have impressed Her Royal Hotness with your courage and total badassery. She will now grant you entrance to the sacred chamber that holds
the Sword of Souls.
I want to sit crisscross applesauce. Ooh, that was not me. Oh, that was not me flashing the chat. I promise. Sword of Souls.
Oh, good for you, cutie idiot.
Almighty robot policeman, how do we kill this zombie axe for good?
Give me that sword. You can't even use it right. It needs to be charged with soul energy. And that only comes from your precious queen and the souls of living things.
I can think of at least one soul nearby that needs absorbing.
How shall I become deadlier next?
Giggles.
Sword! It's not even yours! What? Not like that! No! No, 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 no!
the Sword of Souls clatters to the ground. Like this. Clatter, 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 clatter. Now you must take the sword back to Brighthoof. A town portal opens up.
Town portal. Enter. Brighthoof. Slade. So pretty. I feel like it's an award. Hello. So cool. I want to walk like Tyra. I want to look like Linda Evangelista.
She says you'll need to bring the sword to the fountain in the main square. It's a little, double entendre.
Oh! I didn't even see this last time. I ran past all of it because I was trying to progress. We'll look around after we do this. Very pretty things happening in a second.
As you place the sword into the fountain, soul energy swirls through it and out in the city!
Yes!
All the fires are extinguished! The houses get put back together! The crowds are cheering for you! We love you, Fate Maker!
So birdie!
I love me too!
But Stallion says to, look over here. She's gonna do something special for you.
It really captures how I stand perfectly still in one position.
Brilliant work, Fate Maker. The city is safe, prosperous, and skeleton-free. Now that the siege has been lifted, you'll want to avail yourself of our amenities. Start by visiting the blacksmiths.
This is where I stopped last time, so this is all brand new to me now.
Who is that? Can he see through the soot in the eyes?
People keep calling me the hero of Brighthoof.
The hero of Brighthoof? Never met a Fate Maker. You'll need some better gear. Now, I can't offer you any weapons or armor directly on account of my exclusivity contract with the Crown and to keep the vending machine stocked. I'm a proud part of the military pre-industrial complex, you see, but I can offer you expansions of your carrying capacity. More bullets, more loot, more fun.
Oh!
Sample of me wares on the house.
She's how you do the inventory
Guns
upgrades.
aren't that complicated. We catapults that tiny swords. Simple.
Ooh, this is pretty. Ooh, I like this little animation right here. Feels very like rustic. It's very cool.
Fine choice. Now, while you're seeing your way around Brightwood, go and talk to the lovely lassin who runs the soda town. That's Izzy.
Yes!
This was a mean fight.
We get to meet Izzy! She's so pretty! She's seriously a goddess. I'm gonna do a cosplay of her with like my real hair because she's a ginger like me.
The tavern keeper waves you over. And, you know, that way that only tavern keepers can do.
Welcome in.
Queen.
Welcome to Izzy's Fizzies, where all liquids consumed on premises are just soda and
Her
nothing
Wisconsin accent.
else. Are you the new fate maker who fought off all them skeletons?
Don't know about that hero stuff, but I sure broke some bones.
Well, thanks for nothing. Half the town was barricaded in here, and they were slurping down Virgin Shirley temples like it was the end of the world. I'm only judging you, Fate Maker. You did us a mighty fine favor. Now, out of thanks for saving our city, let me avail you of our amenities here in the Soda Tavern.
The tavern.
There's a magical quick change kiosk. If you need to change anything fundamental about your entire being. It's free, weirdly
The
enough.
kiosk. Oh my god, that's so funny. Ooh, banners, statues. Oh, I can't wait to figure that out. You can change this at any time, that's nice. Banner. Love the music. Banner pattern. What's on the inside of it? I don't know what this is for, but I'm going to customize it just in case. Aw, I just fucked it up. It's okay. Oh, you can customize the statue in the town square? That's so cool! That's awesome. Oh, that's so cool! I love that. Did I unlock new eyeliner? I think I did. It's too bright. I like that hair. That was so pretty. That's gorgeous.
This way.
Oh, this is Lost Loot over here.
And right here is our lost loot machine. Very popular. Any nice stuff your enemies drop but you happen to miss will just show up right in here. And finally, we've got plenty of citizens who might need your help out there in the world. Some of them hang out here in the Soda Tavern. Some put up posters around the city.
Oh, cool!
I've been so busy, and I've been pulling non-alcoholic pints all on my own today. Oh, listen to me, lip-flapping while you could be off adventuring. Have a busy day.
Fate Maker! Got a little surprise for you. The Queen
She's so
is
short.
so impressed that she wants to knight you. Ha! Bloody congrats. Come meet us in the main square.
Yeah, the Lost.
We did Valentine's dumb quest stuff. Let's go pillage the countryside. I want some loot.
What? Heroes don't pillage? No, we're almost done with the quest. I want to see what happens.
Not Wanda Sykes saying that. Girl, you better pull it back. Don't be saying all that. The Lost Loot Machine was introduced in Borderlands 3, Marshall. That's why you're unfamiliar with it. But I'm glad they brought it back because it's really nice. Slay hairstyle. Love the aesthetic of this tavern. It's really cute.
Endless extends his ravenous sight, and endless are his days. Thank you.
I just want to like look around. Is that bad? Like I just want to like immerse myself. It's really cool. I like the like I really love the ambience. Like I'm in no rush to finish this game. Is he?
Oh, I do not trust that Stubbly over at Stubbly's Bubblies. He says he's sticking to unsweetened flavored soda water, but my spies at the docks have seen some sassafras get unloaded, and it sure didn't go to my kegs. I don't like it. This city's pop market belongs to Isabel Bloodtooth, and if Stubbly thinks he can rattle her bottles, well, we'll see whose cap gets popped.
I really didn't expect her to have a Wisconsin accent, but I love it so much. It's so funny. I thought she was gonna be like a girl boss queen, but she's like kind of campy. It's really cute. Where are we going? The way the companion just like shows up out of nowhere.
Ooh, a devilish puzzle of genius design tempts you from nearby. Think you got the moves to win its prize?
This is pretty up here. This, like... I want to go here. Can y'all, like, sign to Universal and make this a real place? Because, like, I would go here down. You alright? Oh, okay, abs. Sexy. King. Single. That wig? Is that a wig? Oh, it's a hat. No, it's a wig. Oh. Not the hard front. Oh, what is this? Wait, it says there's a puzzle. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, I feel like I'm playing Assassin's Creed. What is happening? No, God! The last one. Oh no. Oh no. It's over there. Oh, I don't know if I can make it. No! It expired. This is cool, though. It's so pretty. I love this, like, safe haven town. It's really pretty. I haven't explored. It's so gorgeous. I want to do that. I want to... Is it the rainbows? Ooh. I almost said something to you I can't say on the live. But you better watch it.
Endless extends his
Watch it, Tuts. The companion just like showing up out of nowhere. Oh wait, I can do the fart ability. Hee fart. So true. I didn't know Anne had a show. That's awesome. Glad they have a show tonight. I just have to use the restroom because I've been drinking a lot of caffeine. So I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna throw away some of this trash because there's trash everywhere. Oh my god. When I tell y'all I haven't worn this, I still have the tag on! That's funny. I'm like, what is that? It's the fucking tag. Maybe. Maybe that was what's slapping my booty. Slappy, slappy. Oh, I didn't hit the start button. Yeah, sorry, I didn't hit the slay button. Oh! Almost fell. Yes! Oh!
Destroyed, baby.
I did it! My first puzzle.
How shall I become deadlier next?
Oh my god.
I will grind, and I shall return.
Oh, sorry. My, like, breathing was... It hurt for a second. Alright, so this is where we walk in when we teleport back here. So let's just, like, look around. It's playing the guitar. It sounds like someone's playing a guitar. Like, live. But I guess not, it's just the background music. Wait. Oh. Wait, someone is fully playing a guitar. I'm not crazy. Which one of you is playing a guitar right now? Fully Marshall. I like that you can look into the... I'm like just exploring. Like, I'm just like, this is so pretty. I love it. See, the guitar music fades away. Someone's playing a guitar over there, but I can't see them. I'm not crazy. Oh my god. Hello, sir! Whoa, baby! Thank you, Gearbox and 2K. Sheesh! These wigs are hateful, though. These Jimmy Neutron wigs. I just want to explore a little bit. I just want to look around. Hey. Oh, you're looking down. Oh, you're wearing a face mask, too. Queen. Izzy. Just gonna look around again. Excuse me. I'm immersing myself.
What will fill my enemies' hearts with the most dread? What shall I meet death out with next?
Wowza. Wowza. Oh, wowza. Oh, this is where we were last time. Little shooting range. Very cute. My poor mushroom companion's like, can we get to going? Like, you're making me walk around. You need help? Oh, he's playing a little drum.
Tried to set up some goblin traps, but all I caught was plague.
Oh, gorgeous. What's over here? Oh, I thought it was gonna be a secret well. There was a sale on the Jimmy Neutron wigs. Oh, calm down. Oh, stinky. Wait. Says I can shoot it. There's something in there. Ow. I got my gal. Harborside. Ooh, there's just so much I want to explore. Can we fire the cannon? Pretty. Oh my god. So pretty. Wow. Oh my god, it's so pretty! Holy moly.
Quite the collection.
Hey, besties. I love your outfit. Can I have your outfit?
One day, they have the best tails.
Decisions, decisions.
Walking around the harbor side. Stinky. There's gotta be a side quest for breaking all of those. Wait.
The more the dice, the better the loot.
Oh, they did bring it back from Tiny Tina's DLC. The loot thingies. The loot rolling. There is just so much to explore. I love it! Oh no. Oh! Hey, I found a secret!
Getting lucky.
When I, by accident, find a secret. LOL. Well, we can't get over there. Why not? Huh. Pretty. It's so pretty.
But I've seen plenty of them, and I can tell you right now, they're cramped and sweaty.
It's over here. This is the entrance. It's so cool you can customize the statues. Fucking awesome.
So bright, so beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah. This game is fucking awesome. I'm gay. I like video games. Oh my god. I need to just... Focus, Nem. Focus! What's this? Focus, Nem. I get distracted. Alright. She wants me over here. Oh, cutscene.
Hero of Brighthoof, for your bravery defending the city, Her Majesty Queen Buttstallion is naming you a Knight of the Realm. Kneel and be knighted.
I kneel. Uh-oh.
Not so fast, newbie. This is my world now.
No!
Oh?
I'm done being told how my story goes. Your master's age of heroes is over, and soon her whole world will follow. Ha ha ha!
I can't believe it. The Queen is dead!
Buttstallion! No!
Don't give me an achievement! Not us playing 2 games in a row that have beheadings. What the?
Tina, what the hell?
I don't know, man. That wasn't supposed to happen. Just let me think for a second.
Oh, she really thought she could run you through the same old hero's journey as always.
Don't look.
Well, not
It's gonna
this
be
time.
okay.
I'm in control now.
I'll protect you. Where's this thing?
The Fate Maker is lost. What once felt so sure is now fragile and broken. Still, one truth remains standing amidst the wreckage. The forces of evil must be stopped.
Okay. So, a great big booming sound rings out.
Ray hells! What now? It's coming from beyond the docks! Come on, Fate Maker! I fear your work is not done yet.
I
She left
can't.
me with all her glittering heart. I miss you so
Not hopefully
much.
she wasn't pregnant. I can't. Why is everybody running over here? What do you need? Like y'all are gonna do anything.
Oh no. The pyramid has awoken.
A what?
What's a pyramid?
The Dragon Lord's dark citadel across the ocean. Now that he has the sword, he'll be able to take the soul energy of every living thing in the Wonderlands. Without the Queen, our fates are sealed.
Hey, ask him if we're still getting knighted.
Fret, we're in mourning.
You are in mourning. I'm getting that sir in front of my name.
This is awkward, but... Am I still getting knighted?
Only our Queen had the power to bestow a knighthood. But you do deserve an honor for what you've done, and what must come next. Kneel, Fate Maker. Or just crouch if your knees hurt.
Ah, the ocean air. It burns the nostrils.
As Regent Defender of Brighthoof, I name thee Squire of the Realm.
some dragon dookie.
I know it's not much, but it'll have to do. For your new quest is none other than to save the Wonderlands itself. Journey to the pyramid, take back the Sword of Souls, and avenge our queen. You'll need a vessel. Speak with the Dockmaster. Whatever resources we have are at your command, Fatemaker.
Life's not the same without the queen. Ha! Ahoy to you, Squire of the Realm! Ahoy! We need a ship. One that's not on fire. Let us begin construction post-haste. Come and craft your new vessel here at the dock.
Well, you kind of missed a lot.
Mine eyes have never seen such a beauty of the seas.
She's a wreck.
Nonsense! I dub her the good ship Balsania.
Wait! Before you cast off, you must get the ship blessed by a bard, or you'll be pulled down to a watery grave by Drill, whose chains are the sea.
What? But we're so close to taking off. I don't want to deal with sea curses.
That's just how it works, man. Gotta follow
I'm so
the
sorry.
rules or get cursed drowned.
Unfortunately, our resident bard disappeared in the invasion.
That's why music's a fool's errand. If the
Oh.
guards fell to the undead, what chance did a man with a lute stand?
What? No, he fell in love with a skeleton and they eloped. There is one other man who can bless your ship, though he is only a half-bard. Still, he may now be your only hope for crossing the ocean. I last saw the half-bard heading into the Weepwild Dankness. If you return from
Dankness?
those woods, find him, if he yet still lives.
Ooh, the Weep Wild. Sounds dangerous. In a good way.
Yeah.
I want to
It's a
lean
big
back.
old magical forest to the south of Brighthoof.
Sorry. Did you say Sorth?
Yeah, you know, fantasy directions. Nerp, Sorth, Imps, and Wibbles. Did you read any of the badass tome?
I looked at the pictures. There was Sword Guy and Big Knife Guy. Wait, are those the same guy? No, wait. Don't spoil it.
I've lost my marbles. Would you help me find them? I was a hero like you once. At least, I think.
So if you went BRB like Marshall did, Butt Stallion got beheaded and died. So yeah. Yeah. That's why they said don't play the game after that cutscene. That's why they edited it and told us to not do that. So, now we must avenge her and hopefully... Yes! Did y'all really miss the cutscene? Y'all missed literally the most important cutscene, I fear. She literally got beheaded and fucking died. By the main boss. I think her dead body's still in the town square. Hold on. Yep, it's right there.
Oh, gods, you smell.
Oh, be nice. I like when he dances. Oh, I saw it. I just pretended I didn't. Oh, you're so quirky, House Music. You are so quirky. Yep, here's her corpse. I just wanted to show you that. What a wonderful time I'm having. I keep ripping this fucking dress. It's like brand new too. LOL. I keep yawning and it's because I've had so much caffeine it hurts. So if I could not do that, that would be lovely. Hey. Oh. Nice. Over here.
Ah, you there.
Hello.
Help me advance science. I am in the scientific race of a lifetime. My brothers think they can perfect alchemy before me. My aggressive experiment schedule has broken my cauldron. Go and mine lead from the mountains so that I can defeat my brothers.
Can I get this close to the camera? Is that too much? You mind? Race? Wait. How do you punch again? I forget. I need to punch.
There! A bridge! Upturned. Perhaps you could cross
Slay.
over it. Give it a big thwack.
Thwack.
Them's a haiku, baby.
Ooh, there's something over here. What's that?
Her coruscating majesty, Queen Buttstallion, has long protected the Wonderlands with the soul magic she imbues into the land itself. But such a precious role requires guarding as well, as proven by the terrible events at Dragon Keep. And so, the Queen founded a new walled city from which to oversee her realm. Brighthoof, the seat of the Adamant Throne.
Oh, did they just reference the DLC Dragon's Keep? That's cute. Love that piece of information. That's really cute. Oh, I'm hungies. I have a bagel I'm gonna try to heat up, but I don't think it's gonna be a good. I don't think it's gonna taste good.
Try piece. Try piece. Try piece!
I see it, but I can't get to it. Damn. Big head mode. You are big head mode. I have big head.
Hey, dance fam!
Hey girl.
I need to boast. I'm Belvedance, the world's first influencer. That means I'm professionally hot. My fans should get the chance to look at me, so I need you to carve my likeness into some rocks.
Me. This is how they put me in the game. That's actually me.
Ugh, I love the angle on this one.
Oh, we need to do more. Slay.
Great pose. The dance fam is gonna love this.
She's a queen. Belvedere. I do a Belvedere cosplay. There.
You see a craftsman looking perturbed, which is like disturbed, but perverted.
What?
No, it's not.
Oh, wanna bet?
Hot dog, am I perturbed?
Tina, please. Borpo. Borpo has been a...
Hope you weren't planning to cross this here tributary, hero. I was gonna fix this magical bridge, but some ne'er-do-wells have print-napped my magical building recipes and run off to their dismal cave. Get them back for me, will ya?
Okay. Everybody wants me to go to the cave. How do I get there? Hey. What's your official IGN rating of this game? Well, I'm not IGN. Cheesy pickup.
Tina, you left the cheese curl on the board.
What? No, I didn't.
It's right there. It's in the way of our character.
Maybe it's not a cheese curl. Mayhaps it is a powerful ancient meteor that fell from the heavens millennia ago. And it's got a lock on it. So you gotta go to a dungeon that I totally already had ready to get the key to unlock it.
Uh-huh.
True. She is so me. Oh god.
Behold! A carefully designed dungeon. The key is surely safe within.
Not buying it.
Oh, excuse me. Get it? Because he's a skeleton. I've got a bone to pick. That's funny. That's funny! He farted! He farted. He did a toot toot. Hi, Harming.
This one's got death in
Poopied.
their eyes.
Oh. Oh, I need to change that back. I like my other one. Where is it? Oh, wait, I didn't even equip a ring. Damn.
Worth a shot.
A dragonfly?
It scared me.
Works every time.
A dragonfly.
Another notch and not a coin to show for it. I call foul.
He farted. Stinky.
What an epic belly rub you shall have.
I need that spell. I don't remember what it was. Ow, my god. Sunder? No, this is the dark magic. That was new. Ouchie. Slay. What does this do? I want to see it in action. Whoa! That's so cool. Hi, Savannah. I miss you so much, like, actually. Like, seriously. We get the key. No key. Hi, Mia. I miss you both so much.
Final chamber. The meteor key is being guarded by a big old battle.
You're winging it. I can see you winging it.
I can see you winging it. Ooh, wings. I could go for some wings.
Just don't know it yet.
It begins.
Oh wait, I forgot. I was gonna order dinner tonight. I'm so silly.
Why am I feeding you? Am I supposed to be feeding you? Might have lived if you'd run.
Dedicate my body to voice.
Breaking ground.
All right, let's get the key so we can
Nice.
unlock the cheese curl.
Powerful ancient meteor.
Spell slots are ready. Put out the oven.
Slay. Oh my god. Stretching just felt so good. Oh no. It's already so late. Nothing's gonna be open. Damn. No, everything's actually closed. Fuck. Damn it. Except for Wendy's, but I'm not spending an extra $10 for delivery fee on Wendy's right now. I'll pass.
Okay, we unlocked the cheese curl.
As you put the key into the lock, the powerful ancient meteor begins to rise from the ground. Woo! Returning to the heavens from whence it came.
You're really not going to admit you dropped that on accident, are you?
I have no idea what you mean. This shrine is dedicated to Zumios, the patron god of power walking.
I can't go that way. Oh, did I level up? I guess I did. Ability damage is increased. Gun critical damage and companion. Ooh. Damn. Do ability, I guess. Guess we'll go this way. I don't know which way to go, so. Oh, okay. Sorry, I won't go that way then. Where is this cave, they say? Oh, it's up there. Fuck. I run back.
This is for sure where the craftsman's blueprints went.
Your corpse shall grace the Dark Baron's
Oh, the purple one is my companion. I'm like, there's enemies near me, but it's just my companion, LMAO. Oh, not the cultists.
This world's no place for the weak. I rescued him, but really, I feel he rescued me.
Ow.
I'm out of bullets now, but so you. I'm a woman of few words and a lot of bullets. You've got a good shield. One more than a turn. Instant chasm. Hey, the old friend said I'd come into money today.
But
I'm in touch with the quality of life. Time period was crap anyway. We got a fight chance now.
You may not believe in the Dark Baron, but he
Ow, what is going on? Get away!
Loose with a whimper. With a bang. Line
I would have guessed the life of banditry. More like trigger ecstatic.
bells are up.
Sacrifice there's one.
Now let's just free for all.
Not the fart sound effects, please.
Only sharper.
My rights.
What will fill my enemies' hearts with the most dread?
Damn gun and its insatiable thirst for ammunition. I get your desire to
More compost for the heat. Hey, ha.
Use my skull in that play about the white.
Good boy. I just fell in with the wrong crowd.
Landbreaker.
Better than a sword, isn't it? Not practicing their building the Dark Baron.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
We're getting closer to the blueprints.
Ha! I could get used to this. That's more like it.
Defeat the battles to retrieve the blueprints.
Oh wow. Ouch. Oh shit. Oh my god, this nail is not coming off. There we go. Ooh! Feels so much better on my fingies. In a second. I'm gonna heat up a bagel, I think. I want to heat up a bagel. Eagle. Hopefully it's gonna be good, because I really need something to eat right now. Like, really need something to eat. Also, gonna put this in the fridge. I'll be 2 seconds. Owie. Ugh. Video game lover. My gosh, there's so much loot. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, I don't have a drink. Ah! Well, I got water, which is very slay. Fuck. I know that, and Kirby too. Lots of game reveals today. Yeah, like actually. This is very Slay Fierce right now. Oh! Oh my god. Not the bagel hitting my hiccups. Yeah, I know I need to eat. I know, that just like attacked me from the inside. Woo! Okay, calm down. Like... Hi, Miley. I'm just trying to eat because I keep forgetting to eat on stream. Oh, this feels so good to eat. I hate eating on camera, but it's literally so beautiful, Miley. Like, I'm gonna be up all night playing it. Evan Wood, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Game of the year, I think. I think Elden Wing's gonna ring. Elden Wing's gonna ring. Elden Wing. Oh my god. Elden Ring is gonna win, but I hope this gets nominated. I didn't. I mean, I obviously didn't like Elden Ring, but you know, the fanboys love it. Okay, I ate, period. Proud of me for eating. Oh, I hope Ghostwire's up there. Yeah, me too. A Bayonetta 3, maybe?
What shall I meet death out with?
Oh my god. Okay, back into it. My screen go full, please? Owned.
Oh, you are vile!
Haha, he poopied.
Let's make this interesting.
I'm excited to see what does get nominated for that, but that's so far out. So far away. I hope E3 this year is good, though. We know how it was last year. That was, something.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
This might be a silly comment, but I think this... I haven't played 3 in a while, but I think this is the first game that they've had badasses be more than just men. I think that's the first, like AFAB badass, like, boss enemy I've seen in any Borderlands game. Which is pretty cool, because we love women. They can be badasses too, so... Just a little thing that I'm catching.
Hey, the blueprints are yours!
Okay, literally, I just don't want, like, can you stop going online? Like, I just don't want to. Hello? Okay. Hi, Egg. I think I have to go back in that cave. There was another side quest I didn't do. Oops.
Morning. Or evening. It's all the same. My prince! I can't thank you enough, hero. I love these blueprints with all my heart. And I do mean romantically. No room for interpretation. I'm in a polycule with my blueprints.
I mean, yeah.
Now,
but,
to repair this here magical bridge, my loves.
I'm already tired. We'll see what happens.
One magical rainbow bridge from my family.
Oh, gay!
Have a nice day. Don't freeze to death.
But yeah, I'm excited. Just like, I have to buy more costumes and stuff, so that's not fun for the wallet, but you know.
Oh there, adventurer! Have you come to join our righteous cause?
What?
The revolution is nigh! Join the goblins tired of forced oppression to help us fight the power and regain our freedom! GTFO! GTFO! GTF! Guys, what the hell? I thought we'd agree to do like a chanting thing, but no one's... screw it. Ah, the long oppressed goblins of Malcra. Head there now, if you would ease their suffering.
Hi, Ava. Good morning. What do you think you're gonna cosplay as? I want to be Signora from Genshin, but that's a gown, so I don't want people stepping on the gown. But I really want to cosplay her. I've been wanting to cosplay her for a while. But if I want to do it, I have to put the order in for it like now, so it gets here on time. So I hope it gets here on time. Should probably do it tonight. Oh. Random encounter. No. I love Kokomi, but, I think, it's it's easier for me to do Sonora with what I have, so I don't have to buy more than just the costume. Like, with Kokomi, I'd have to buy hair and dye the hair and do everything with it. With Sonora, she's just blonde. I already have the heels. I already have this and that. Like, it's fine. Yep, and this is my natural nose.
Still time to run the other way.
This troll, please.
Banner's tapped out.
trolls. I'm used to them.
Ready to bring the arcane pain.
Hey, yo. My inventory's full. Ah! Good night, Asa. Oh, please. Oh my god, the troll design. I love the designs of the trolls. They're so funny. Where's my companion? Is he dead? Oh no. I'm gonna fall off the map. Very close to it.
Ah, you're here, my faithful mushroom.
He fart.
Earthquake! Oh, God, you smell.
That was a berserker thing. Just gonna sell it. I teleport away. Berserker. I don't know what that does, but I just want to punch them. Ooh, cool area. Video game lover. Need more water, but I don't want to get up. Fuck. Yeah, me too. I'm thinking about like de-dragging and just getting back on out of drag. Not until later, but
Well, now to find the freedom fighters.
The goblins deserve to be free!
love her.
We are the goblins, tired of forced oppression. Freedom fighters, one and all! Though I am glad you showed up, because I'm pretty sure I couldn't fight my way out of a wet paper bag.
I am very passionate about the cause of goblin freedom. I am also passionate about getting paid.
Oh,
Me.
there will be coin in it for you. But first, we must shatter the chains of oppression. Fight
Mount
for
LaCroix.
glorious
Hey,
goblin
LaCroix,
freedom,
LaCroix.
and rebuke the tyranny of Dragon God Volcanar.
Hang on, back up. Did you just say Dragon God?
Snout.
Don't worry. I'm almost mostly totally sure he's a false god. Now come along. It's time to free my goblin brothers and sisters. The brave few who clamored for freedom have been exiled from the mountain.
They're running.
of Volcanar.
So
He
cute.
is a cruel master, demanding tribute from our enslaved people once a week. If he is displeased by the offering, his punishment is harsh. We must put a stop to it once and
pretty.
for all. And with your help, I might finally earn my GTFO nose ring.
Nose ring?
It's a badge of honor representing full membership in the GTFO. The leadership doubted my ability, but we'll show them. Come now, the entrance isn't far.
Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though. Let's get casting and blasting.
to go back.
You'll be mine soon enough.
Need to sell.
Arcane mysteries, yours for a price.
I don't have enough money. Well,
So much to conquer.
The trade is made. And so the seller
my God.
on the sellee.
I didn't realize I had that much in my inventory.
Welcome, if you dare.
Oh, it auto-equipped. Period. Slay. We are slaying. Slay! Slay! I am slaying! Slayed! Hi, Jar. Okay. The running, I love it. You better run.
Damn it all! The entrance has been sealed. What are we gonna
Thank you, Panda. How you doing? Welcome in. Shoot barrier.
It's not working!
Melee.
No good!
Huh. Impenetrable barrier. Well, I guess the goblins are screwed. Oh well, we tried.
Come on, Valentine, we can figure this out. It's a puzzle of some kind.
Bingo dingo, Fredalicious.
But we've already shot at it. And hit it with heavy objects. I mean, that's all I've got.
Do we detect
Well,
any
good
magic?
night. Thanks for coming
And
in.
lo, the mysteries of the seemingly impenetrable barrier are revealed to you. What you gonna do?
Follow the ley lines, obviously.
I'll, stay here and keep an eye on the barrier.
Yeah, stay here. I'll handle this.
Oh, and don't worry about killing any goblins that are working for Vorkanar. They're traitors to goblin kind. They deserve exactly what they get.
You see before you.
I am, yeah. I'm gonna play tomorrow.
Fancy magical machine. Do hickey dickory dock.
That looks promising.
As soon as I wake up, I will be
Never send a
live.
corpse to do a killer's job.
Oh. Oh no. Not this. Woo! That was close.
That's enough to wilt grass.
Shooting the thing isn't working. What are we gonna do?
Have you tried your other go-to move?
Oh, right. Hitting stuff with heavy objects.
Oh, whatever you just did, the barrier is weakened. Do it again.
Do it again!
Thanks, but that machine looked a bit too complicated to be of goblin make.
Well, that's just hurtful. Give it a two. But yes, they must be the work of the foul troll oracles that serve foul Vorkanar with their foul magics and create their foul machines.
Yeah, foul. Got it.
Pig!
They're fucking owned. This poor goblin. I feel like this, like, jar lady is gonna be like, actually, I just made you kill all these innocent people, actually. All these innocent goblins. She's kind of sus.
Before you stands yet another magical whatchamadoozy.
Let's take it to Smash Town.
What?
Smash Town.
No, I know.
She's the Green Among Us
As soon as I say
character.
it, I know.
Like this intro. Oh my god! Boom blast! Oh my! Oh baby! Hey yo!
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Whoa!
I never get tired of that.
I like this blue guy. He's kind of hot. Okay. Load.
If I can, we got a load out here.
The spinning. What's this guy? What are you doing? Stop. What if Wendy was the voice of the world? What the fuck? Haha, you got booted on.
Not okay.
Simple geometry.
That was a lot. I saw purple. I wish. Wendy would do it for a check.
The barrier is down! Now's our chance! Get back here!
Oh, hey, 1 minute. What's over there?
Okay, here we go. This is really happening. Time to earn my nose ring!
Is this the main quest that I'm doing? No, okay. I was like, there's no way. Video game lover. That song's stuck in my head. Fucking TikTok.
Let's do this!
Let's go. It's Friday. Oh.
Do it for GTFO and enslave goblins everywhere!
Where is it? Oh. I like the character design on these goblins.
Wow, okay. I am fast.
Oh, these imps.
Now for the next phase of Operation Green Dream. I stashed some GTFO posters and a flag nearby when I was chased out of the mountain. Go get 'em! Once you've got the posters, I need you to venture into the mountain and put them up all over the place. The goblins should rally to our cause as...
So you say you want a revolution? Well, you know, we all want to save the gobs.
What the hell was that?
I don't know. It just sort of popped into my head.
Oh my god.
Yes?
If you can hear me, what more?
Come on then.
It's Friday.
Let's get this over with. Oh, you are vile! That's more like it.
He's so big.
Damn it!
I blame you for trying.
How do I get up there?
Where's your God? Don't make me mad!
Do I have to go all the way around? Uh-oh.
Then a left. No. No, right. Yeah, that should do.
of a pickle here. I've been down by a troll oracle and some equally ugly friends of his. I need your help.
Be natural killer, okay?
Bruce, welcome in. Oh my god. Thanks for the follow.
A credit to the breed. Form a line.
Why are they all in boxes?
Getting better at this.
Miserable, thank you so much for the follow. Stop! Why are they all in little boxes?
Let's fly.
Stop! Please! Oh my god. Not this. Okay, we got it.
What am I feeding you? Am I supposed to be feeding you?
Might have lived if you'd run. More meat for the grinder.
The imps are vulnerable to fire. I'm just doing this for the EXP.
Ready to cast.
Anyways, can I see what this is? Is this a spell? Yeah, it is. Try it.
No chance.
Oh, nice. It's a green one.
No magic left.
Get him, Mushroom Companion. Period. Fart on him. Oh my god. Those guys are so insanely strong. What is that? It's a jetpack? What the fuck? I need some loot. I need new guns. My guns are outdated. Oof.
Back to work, lazy dogs! Or become killed!
C for effort. C minus. This'll come in handy.
Okay. No words. How did it get over here? How did Jar get behind the fence? No words. Uh-oh. This looks like a boss.
Puny, so weak.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh no, I'm fully gonna die. Damn! I just got here and they're like, pew! Explode! Die!
You're in full bloom, ain't ya?
Alright, let's try again.
Mana's tapped
really need my thing to use the fart cloud.
That should do it.
Oh.
I've got vengeance on my mind. You were short work. Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
It's the tricksters that get me. Oh my god. So much happening.
That was a close one. Thought he was gonna strip the green off my board.
Huh, an axe. I think it's time for my little green friend to fend for herself. Oi, I've got something for you.
What? What is it? Oh my god, a weapon! Look, I have some GTFO training, but I've never been in a real fight before!
You have a fire inside you. Use it. You're ready.
Okay, if you say so. But right now, it's time to claim the caverns for the glorious resistance! Raise the GTFO flag! Okay, Jar. This is your big moment. Don't screw it up. Hear me, my goblin kid! The revolution has upon us! GTFO is here to free you from bondages of the false god Bargnar! Join us, and together we will cast off the chains of oppression!
Why is the mushroom companion up there?
Ready for the next phase of our operation? I did some recon earlier and spotted a bunch of political prisoners in the lakeside village. We gotta free them!
Running and running and running. I had to get my Cheez-Its. Slay Cheez-Its. Slay.
There it is. Are you ready? We need to free the GTFO prisoners, but be careful. The troll jailers are tough as gobnails. I'll join you in a sec. Fight on, champion!
Damn. Oh god. Oh my god.
Quite the collection. It's beautiful here. Seems like a strange place for a prison.
Oh, it's the worst, isn't it? Natural beauty, sunshine, fresh air. It makes me sick that they'd subject goblins to such horrible conditions.
Dust in the drops again?
I don't trust Jar, actually. Jar is acting sus.
Can't wait to throw some spells. It begins. Arcane arrows! Well, that's settled, isn't it?
Oh. Oh my god, it's the booby traps. The booby traps! The boobies!
I'm bloody back.
god. It's these guys. They're like... They do so much damage. They're explosives. Excuse me.
Ah,
Oh,
you're
lean
here,
back.
my faithful mushroom.
More like Phoenix up.
Wanted to get comfy. Could they help me when I let them out? Like, I need help over here, y'all.
So, that's the way it's gonna be, eh?
The sunshine was gonna murder me. I thought we were all
Simple geometry.
No one's gonna pick ya.
Magic miscellaneous projectile!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
You did it! And the prisoners are finally safe back in their dank pits. Oh, how I miss my dank pits. But there's still more to be done.
Okay, goodbye.
I've got all the magic I need.
This area's huge. We started somewhere and now we're somewhere else. Like deep in the map. Oh no, did we go all the way around? Where am I going? What is this? Okay. Slay. How do I get out of here? It's saying go this way, so I'm just gonna keep running.
Don't think I don't smell you now.
Oh no. Wait, how do I... Uh-oh. Oh no. This map is huge! Oh wow. Can I jump off? No. Oh my god. This is crazy. Oh my god, I can't teleport. Oh my god. We're gonna die. Can I jump off over here? I think I could jump off. Slay! We made it back. This map is fucking huge. I can't believe that. That's insane. How do I leave? Do I just go back over here? I have to pee. I don't want to get up. Ah! Hi, beautiful. Thank you so much for the raid of 113 cheese. Hi, everybody coming in from the raid. I am Nemesis. I run the network around here. I am a trans femme non-binary bestie. Thanks so much for being here. My pronouns are they, them. I appreciate y'all coming out to the stream. We're playing Tiny Tina Wonderlands. Very gay new game. It's so quirky and fun. Oh, I can do this now.
OMG, perf, so hot. Come on back.
Margot, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, thank you so much for 9 months of subscription. How was the stream? What did you do today? You're stunning. Thanks, babe. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Damn. We wrote some sick music. Did you really? You're so talented. It's insane.
Don't think I don't smell you now.
I'm just like, I'll look pretty and play video games.
You're looking for trouble. You found it.
Video game lover.
C for
I can't wait to see it.
C minus.
But seriously, thank you for the raid. DJ Everblack was please. Oh my god. I'm like trying to keep conversation while I'm getting attacked by goblins with dynamite. Please leave me alone. Mr. Goblin. Oh! But yeah, this is an FPS type of game, but I've been working with Gearbox and 2K on so many collaborative events, and like, I went to the premiere of this game, and like, they've been so kind and generous, so we're playing it, and it's so fun. Ooh, this is better. What does this do? Cute. We've had so many of the devs come in and say hi. It's been so cute. I love it. I love it. Makes me happy. Oh wait, this feels good on my legs if I sit like this. Oh yeah. Oh, that feels good. Oh, I'm comfy. We're level 10 only? Damn. Damn. I mean, can we go to the night? Wait, we can do that side quest with that lady. We did her thing. But it's like based in D&D and it's like really cute. Like very mythical and cute. Hi.
You made me look gorge in front of my fans. So now you can look gorge in front of yours. If you have any.
I do, girl. Oh, I gotta upgrade my wisdom. Oh, and my ability. Character sheets. Cute, cute, cute. Making progress, making progress. Making moves, making moves. Gotta respect the grind. Not the Sigma grind set. Ligma! I need more water, but I don't want to get up. Because I'm a gamer. I get a catheter.
That dungeon over there mayhaps contains a shrine piece.
How do I get in it? Tina, I want to get in it. I want the loot.
This shrine is dedicated to Zumios, the patron god of power walking.
So I would assume, is this in here? Where is this? Pick up lead core. Lead ore. Lead ore. Well, that's what I get for not wearing my glasses. LMAO. Alright, let's do the main quest. Shut up. This area looks cool. It looks so slay fierce. I'm gay. Video game number. I don't know what that is. I'm playing within my drawer. It could be like hazardous. Weep Wild Dankness. I just read the word of the name of the title of the... What? Hello. Where are we?
The Weep Wild and Ghostly. Soul energy weighs heavily in the air. You have reached the dankness.
I thought something called the dankness would be, I don't know, danker?
A danker. What was that? It's pretty. My
Okay,
companion
fine.
always
Just
says-
then, all the trees die. And then
Ah!
mushrooms grow out of their rotting corpses. Now it's Mega Dank. Are you happy?
So just how dank are we talking? I need a dank ranking. You gotta rank the dank. If I'm being frank, you gotta rank the dank.
Oh, you need me to crank out a dank rank? Well, the Franks would say, sank out a sank. That's it. That's all I do.
This place is dank as hell.
It's dank. I don't want to kill the mushroom, guys. Stop. I don't want to do this.
Oh, a little warning next time would be nice.
If I did. Video game lover.
Okay, vibe check, vibe check. How's the party feeling?
I'm great. I'd be even better if Valentine hadn't gotten Queen Diamond Loot killed.
Whoa, how was that my fault? And why do you care? You can't even remember her name.
If we'd gone pillaging like I said, maybe we could have stopped the Dragon Lord. But no, you wanted to play hero.
Okay, vibes are good. Super good vibes. No need to check further vibes.
Uh-oh. Trouble in the party. Be careful. She'd rather blow up everything than lose control.
This world's no place for the weak. Unleash hell! I'd give it all for a little more.
Where will fate lead me next?
Ready to cast!
The side quest right here. I need to like focus on one quest. I can't like take one and then do that. I didn't like that when we just did it.
That's enough to wilt grass.
Not the mushroom having mushroom on mushroom crime. Come on.
I would run if I were you.
God, I just blinked out for a second. Where am I? Where am I?
You're gonna get squeezed twice. Where you are. Eat my short pants.
On your short pants. What the fuck is that? Oh, cutscene.
Half bard, half barbarian. 1,000% explosion! It's Torg!
Mr. Torg! Oh, yay.
He's a little distracted at the moment. You'll have to,
Who the for you?
I gotta get across the ocean for a quest, but all the working ships came down with a bad case of on fire. Can you help me out?
I love two things in this world. Rat, quest, and huge explosions. And respecting all living beings, irrespective of my own underlying cultural biases. 3 things. I can't do anything right since my magic loot stopped working.
What's wrong with the loot?
I don't know. It's made of wood from the forest, which should make it magic. I won it in the flexing contest with the fairy
Stand still.
Father.
Have you tried playing it?
Hey,
You
yo.
know, instead of hitting stuff with it?
Hey, yo.
What a rad idea! No wonder you're the hero! Loot Solo! Loot! These crystal pieces of me are more evil than I thought! They're draining the forest's soul energy!
And sending it back to me, which means I can do things like this. Suddenly,
I see
barrage of
something.
Skeletons attack the unsuspecting idiots in the forest.
What were we talking about? What's happening in the story? I was distracted. I'm so sorry. Mr. Torg, if you're looking for a lovely trans femme individual, I'm single.
Don't worry.
Dust in the crops again? That should do it.
They made him so hot in this game. Are you kidding? He's wearing a kilt. He's wearing a kilt and he's like naked. They really did it for the gays.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
I'm going to eat your brain! No craving, I'm not a zombie.
Oh, oh.
So much to unlive for! Holy! This is the opposite of respecting nature! Compost these floating bags!
I am looking. I was airplane emoji looking. It's true. Caught me on camera. And what about it? It was me about to drop 20 on this Valorant skin. Don't! Why? Why would you do that? Why? Why?
I'm a talking skeleton!
Oh, you are vile! Good for what ails you.
that wants to be free. Don't worry, I'll get you out of there.
C for effort. C minus.
Holy! That thing was inside the crystal that whole time, like an evil cocoon. Wreck its entire scene!
What?
Energy's empty.
Yeah, don't come near me, flesh bag. You're all boy.
Hope you're carrying coin. I don't kill for free.
You're already dead. Just don't know it yet. I'm dying again.
Oh, I have to destroy this? Oh no, I don't. There we go.
Break the ever-loving out of that thing! My loot! It started vibrating when you destroyed the crystal! The magic's coming back! I can feel it! Let's keep going! There's another thorn up ahead! Let's get up!
So the Dragon Lord is using the crystal thorns to leech the magic out of the forest?
Orc, don't run away from me. I love you. Please hold my hand.
Magical loot solo number 2! Loot!
A horde of skeletal foes emerges, ready to tear the Fatemaker limb from limb. Hey, this is great. I can see why she likes this.
All that meat compared to what
Ready to bring the arcane pain. Works every time.
I'm going to eat your brain! Stop craving, I'm not the doctor. Really don't like
Oh my god.
Brave it in. Never send a corpse to do a killer's job. I've got vengeance on my mind.
Oh, they're dead again! I found my brittle inside every hero is a skeleton that wants to be free. Don't worry, I'll get you out of there! Oh, yeah.
I want to see Izzy. I miss Izzy.
More nasty? For here!
You, then where? Like a poncho! Out of spell today!
What have we here?
Prepare to be and dead! You'll never win, hero!
Get stuck.
What is that? Oh no. Oh my god, that was so close.
Let's get casting and blasting. Magic barrage. But
Oh my god, he keeps regenning.
Pay for your insults.
No, he's gonna regen again. This sucks. Are you serious? We're never gonna kill him. Oh my god.
simple geometry.
Oh, I hate this enemy. Oh my god, I actually hate this. Oh my god, he's gonna regen and I'm gonna die. I hate it here. Oh my god, so toxic. Are you kidding me?
Ah, you're here, my faithful mushroom.
Gross.
Have you been?
Hate that. I need to pee. Like, oh my god, I almost just passed out. Don't like that. Oh my god, I just hit my head. When I do another 24-hour stream, what then? What then? Video game yummy. I'm honestly thinking about it. I D-drag, I put on my Tiny Tina merch, the hoodie, and then tomorrow I do my Moxie cosplay. Honestly, like, the worst part of the streams is the lights that I have to sit in front of. I think that's honestly, like, what makes me so tired. Like, we all know I'm not tired. Like, I stay up till like 5, 6, 7 in the morning. Like, I'm not tired. It's just like, I've heard this thing of like, you can get tired. Like, the exhaustion comes from all the ring lights and shit. Like, it just, like, it creates exhaustion. I just need a second. I've been playing nonstop. I just want to like look on social media. I can't believe you have work today. What time is it in Australia? What? You have work after 6 p.m.? For what? For what reason? Like, why is it so that late? Is this like restaurant and place open late? Like, oh my god. God. Someone, when I posted a selfie with this mask on my head, they said, "Is that an avocado on your head?" Okay.
Drinking enough potions.
What shall I meet death out with next?
The Dragon Lord will drown you in bones!
No chance!
Hello, I am one of the writers on Wonderlands, just dropping in on some random streamers to celebrate launch. Hope you're enjoying. We poured so much love into this game. Oh, hi, welcome in. Yos Arian, so happy to see you. Yeah, we've had so many of your team and all the teams over drop in today. I'll be playing this for the next couple weeks. I've been so honored that 2K and Gearbox has been so generous to me. I got one of the PR boxes. I was actually at the premiere party. And I came home with some more PR, so we unboxed that today, and I've been hyping this up for so long. So I am a big fan of the Borderlands games. I actually played all of them on my YouTube channel, and I have this bad boy right here, one of the 200 statues made. I have Butt Stallion right here. I'm enjoying it so much so far, besides this little fight, because, you know, this guy's making me angry. I was the guy in short shorts dancing like a maniac all night. Please, oh my god. I mean, there were a lot of people dancing. I was wearing this and a green dress and this little hat thing. I was invited to be one of the cosplayers there, but I just showed up in like a little drag look. But honestly, I'm enjoying it so much so far. I've never had like this much fun playing a game in so long. So congratulations on a great game. It's seriously amazing. I'm a big fan. So seriously, I'll be here the next couple days if you ever want to tune in. I'll be here for the weekend, and then on Monday night I'll be back streaming. So, because I love this game. So welcome in. But yeah, I got the Butt Stallion, I got the figure. I chose Spore Mask. Oh, and the pins. I'm wearing the pins. Don't let me hold you up. No, we're just taking a cute little, like, I've been playing for the entire day so far, so I've been playing for 5 hours straight, so I just need like a little stretch, a little 1-2, little So yes. I just need to stretch, hydrate. My arms are a little locked, so I'm trying to move my arms a little bit. I'm usually live this late as well, so it's nothing new. Excuse me. But yeah, seriously, I need to I really wish I could see a picture of you so I could be like, oh my god, I can't believe I saw you at the party. Because we had someone from the audio department come in earlier and I took a picture with them and I didn't even realize it was them until they said something and I was like, oh my god, nice to meet you. But yeah, everybody's been so great over at 2K and Gearbox. Like, I've loved this franchise forever, so it's been great to meet everybody and everybody's been so kind. It's not COVID. It's just dry air. I was scared I was gonna catch it though after traveling. I really thought I was gonna get it. So I traveled to Dallas twice. I was scared. Let me check. Let me peek. I will also follow you, if you don't mind. But thank you for the biddies, by the way. I'm the guy with the long hair. Oh my god, yes! Oh my god, y'all were really out and about. I wish I would have said hi. Stunning. Let me follow everybody. It's seriously been, like, so great to meet everybody. I am Nemesis LaCroix on everything. So if it's like, you're like, I'm watching Nemesis Network, but Nemesis LaCroix just followed me. Like, no. I'm just Nemesis LaCroix everywhere else. But yeah, awesome to meet you. Are you enjoying the game yourself? Like, I know you've been working on it. Have you been able to, like, just sit down and, like, woo, playing the game? Or is it just because you've been working on it so much, you're like, I want to see other people play it?
Prepare to be amazed and dead.
That's my boy.
Your puny mortal muscles are no match for my magics.
Let's make this interesting.
Please.
Your true power.
I'm so... Okay, hold on. I'll read it in just a second. Let me kill this guy. I've been stuck on this fight for like...
That's more like it.
I've been stuck on this fight way too long. This is ridiculous. Okay. You should be good after one more cycle. Oh. Let me reload. Let me get everything ready for his last cycle.
Let the darkness consume your being.
No, don't regen! Oh my god.
I could get used to this.
Blast these undead.
I did it.
Back to hell.
Thank fucking god. I am so excited to play it because... Oh. Honestly, development being so... Central has been so much other things. Oh my god, yeah. So when I was in Dallas, I got a tour of the offices, which was so cool. But I don't know if you know Noelle. Noelle was the one that gave us a tour, and Noelle and I are pretty close after the last couple weeks. And Noelle was like, yeah, she's awesome. She invited me to the rooftop party before the like when I was in Dallas. She was like, "Girl, come out! Like, we want to have you here." And I was like, "Period." But she was telling us that like everybody hasn't been able to be in the offices, and the offices are so cool. Like, I know it's like you're just going to the office for today, but the offices were pretty cool. And I was like, that sucks because like work from home, like pandemic, like it sucks that it's just like there and people haven't been able to like really use it. But yeah, she was telling us about that everybody's kind of been just like at home and doing stuff from home, which is kind of sad. But I seriously, like, I do live coverage here of the games, like the game reveals on E3 and PAX and stuff. I'm gonna be at PAX East too, so when there's like launches and stuff, and I really celebrate any company that can get out a solid game during these times, like especially when y'all did it because you were in development during peak pandemic. So like really hats off to y'all. I don't know why I'm so stuck here. It's because I'm talking. I'm very ADD.
Well,
It's
where's
fine.
the fanfare?
I like talking. Also, y'all really did it for Mr. Torg. Y'all did this on purpose. Making him look all hot and shit. Like, come on now. He looks fine. Putting him in a kilt with the slit up the front. Like, y'all really playing with my emotions. Fuck. Please. Get your friend over there. Let's kill his ass.
Dying ain't
Period.
my style.
And got a body. No, seriously, I mean, not to get like real for a second, but like it really means a lot to me that y'all have a lot of inclusion. Like the beginning of the game with the pronoun inclusion and like all body types, all genders, all races, like everything. That's why I'm a big advocate for this game series. Like they have everything. It's really like refreshing to see. When I saw the thing at the beginning of the game for the pronouns, I was like, slay. Like, I love it so much. Made me very happy, so thank you. Oh!
We're saving the magic. Hero, I have one question for you, and one question only. Explosions?
Sure.
Yeah.
I knew it. I'm glad to meet
I am
you, Hero.
single.
Perhaps it was fate itself.
I will do anything you need, sir.
Onward to glory.
Tina.
I don't know what has awoken in me. I don't know. Mr. Torg, I did not think was attractive before this game, and like, suddenly I'm down bad for Mr. Torg.
She's cooking something.
But also the Dragon Lord, so what does that really say about me?
You're in for a scream.
It's true.
Behold, the heart of the forest lies beyond that evil's hole.
Oh, we're fighting.
With my explosion rift. It's my one and
Hi.
only secret. I can only do it once a day. As a bard, I can only cast it powerfully as the bombs around me. So you guys keep this rocket while I prepare my explosion rip.
The super sexy.
Make sure you take breaks and self-care. Of course. Thank you for popping in. Like I said, I'll be here for the next couple days if you ever want to pop back in. Thanks for stopping by in the biddies.
Get these idiots. Hands off.
Ah! Oh, it's because I'm level 10 and these enemies are high level.
That's for making me look at you.
No magic left.
Oh dear God.
Little warning next time.
You'll never win, hero.
Get stuck. Spell slots are ready. Hot out the oven.
Yes! Oh, there's still more enemies. Jesus. Not one of those guys again. Oh no.
Unleash hell. Where'd you get that?
Fuck. So close. Yes! That was so much easier than the other one.
I love explosions! Onward to glory! My loot is so full of magic, it feels like I'm essentially hugging a jellyfish. Come on, we gotta go into the heart of the forest.
You approach the heart of the forest.
Even the heart of the forest is corrupted. What could be so evil?
As if in answer, a butt-shivering cry is heard through the mist.
What? Oh dear. Not a butt shivering cry. Rot-row. The music. Oh no, it's scary. Ooh, I want that. I know I want that. Come on, guys. I want it. Oops.
Some jewelry on this one. Well, mine now. Mine now. Welcome to the gun show.
The Hyperion. Slay. Nice. Oh, I fell. I didn't want to do that, but go off.
Behold the horrid visage of the Banshee!
Oh, yes! Oh! Fucking awesome. Are you serious?
Whoa,
She looks hot.
This early?
Oh!
Maker. She's going for a total party wipe.
Yes! I don't care. Kill me. You're so hot.
You got this, hero! This solo goes out to you! You don't want that evil anywhere near you!
Out of spell slots.
Worms won't go hungry tonight.
Oh, damn, she does a lot of damage.
I go foul. Now that's the good stuff. Spell burst.
Uh-oh. Oh, we have to dodge. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This mini game. This is kind of slay.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot. Could a cat have done that? I think not.
Ah! Scared emoji. Please don't hurt me. I think you're so fierce. Don't hurt me, please. Where'd she go? Oh my god. We're being pushed into the middle. It is really fun. I'm really loving it. I could probably cry because it's so good. I love it. What's happening? Oh god.
It begins.
Love the design of this bitch. Stunning.
Quite the collection.
I want a close-up on her. She kind of looks like Angel from 2. Oh, she's regenning. Oh god. I'm running out of ammo. Uh-oh. Oh no.
I blame you for trying. No one gets rid of me that easy.
Shit. God.
Let's make this interesting.
Oh shit. Oh god.
Simple geometry.
Oh god.
Spells are up.
Oh no. Oh no. Ah! Oh no. Please don't die. Oh no. Run. Joe Hayden, thanks for the follow. Ah! Ah! Oh my god.
Dodge this!
Uh-oh.
No juice!
Run!
Dust in the crops again? Fly through! Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same. Ready to bring the arcane pain?
I did it! I'm dying though.
Hey, the Banshee's cries are silenced. Very good.
Impressive. I've seen the Banshee mop the floor with high-level characters. Between you and me, we had a thing. But then she left me with the maelstrom of endless insanity, which, you know, I mean, good for her, guy's a hunk.
No! The heart of the forest is already corrupted! You evil! You took away my magic and my best friend! I'll never rip again!
Hey! Someone out there! Let me out!
The muffled voice seems to be coming from a caged crystal hanging before the corrupted heart.
Get me out of here!
I wonder who that is.
Hell yeah!
Fairy Punch Father!
Thanks to your badass riffs, you truly are a barbarian. And you, I know you. Come here.
Oh, I give you a hug.
You know me?
Well, we haven't really met, but I'm the Fairy Punch Father. As long as it's I've been here to protect it.
I love it.
I've seen enough heroes in my time to know when I've been saved.
It's like Rock and Tooth
Can you
Fairy.
fix his magic loot? He needs to bless our ship.
Can I? Ha! I'm the one he wanted from in the first place. Watch this. Zippy, zappy, punchy, magoo!
Slay.
Yeah! Is my loot in full power now?
Damn straight. Give it a pluck.
Tweet, tweet, twiddly, dee, 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 doo, doo, dilly, twiddly, loot! I ripped so hard I teleported away! Thanks, Fairy Punch Father! Hero! Meet me by the docks!
Torg the Barbarian awaits you back at the city docks.
So cool. I love it. Yeah, he's the fairy punch mother. Fairy punch father or something. So fucking funny. He's in a skirt and in fairy wings. That's what I said! Literally, yo, I said the same thing.
Okay, let's get this stupid blessing on the ship.
It's not stupid. It's just how the rules work.
Well, then the rules are stupid. I just want to get the quest moving.
Uh-oh. Party's starting to split. Looks like your story's floating dead in the harbor, Fate Maker.
Oh my god, we have so many side quests. Yay! We did the first, like, big boss fight. It was really cool. I think that's what... Okay, seriously? This, like, connection thing? Like, stop. Like, I've had enough. I have no idea what that did. I guess I got stuff. I think... No. Love it. My favorite thing is honestly these cards. So cool. The thing is stuck on my screen, so I'm gonna have to restart my game. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me again. Video game lover. Don't know why that song's stuck in my fucking head. Ah! Okay. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we dropping? Well, first. What the? When did I get that? I see a bestie that just followed in the chat. Hey. Don't think I don't see you. Hey. Hi, Cammy. Eyes emoji. How are you doing? Happy to see you. Hold on, let me get my bestie. I hope you're having an amazing day. I hope you're like kind of like relaxing a little bit. Even though it's a crazy week for y'all. I know, I'm having so much fun. And so many of the game developers have come in and said like hi and like been like, oh my god, I saw you at the party. And like, it's been so cool. Not quite. I mean, I figured, but I wanted to let you know that I hope you're doing well. But you know, I know it's craziness. What weapon have we been using? We'll do shotgun. But yeah, I'm literally having the best freaking time. Wait, I want to see this new spell we got. Did I equip it? Let's see what's going on here.
My unlimited power at your fingertips, and you're taking pot shots.
Oh, that's so cool. It's like a little skeleton friend. Hey. I want to see what it does to enemies. Is it going to blow up?
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Calm down. I'm scared. Okay, what just happened? Okay. There's a skin that I think I got from the champion version. So I want to go put that on. Or what is it called? Deluxe version? I don't know. Whatever. Glad they cleaned up the body. Where's the tavern?
If I'm here and my foes are there.
Oh my god, wait. Oh no. Uh-oh. Is it Jess's birthday? Or was it yesterday? Oh fuck. Okay, it's tomorrow. I was literally so scared that I didn't say happy birthday to them. I was gonna be like, I'm such a horrible friend. Yeah, I've literally lost track of days. I'm like, what day? What day is it? My mom came in, so the other day, my mom came in with the PR package, like the really big one that Jesslyn got, like that book one. I got one as well. My mom came in, she was like, open it! And she came on, and Jess was in the chat, and she was like, Jess, beautiful costume, and was like being so cute to Jess. It was just so nice for my mom to like, my mom is so cute. She's like fangirling. She's like, Jess, I love your work, like so cool. My mom was also like, open the package, I want to see, I want this. It's like, Mom, please. Oh my god, yeah, I'm so happy I got one. I cried. I cried tears of joy. It's on video. Just like seeing my name, I'm gonna start getting teary-eyed, like thinking about it. Like every time I think about like, I don't know, having my name on the front of the kit really meant a lot to me. I don't know, it was just like so cool. But yeah, well, this is the one from the party, and then this is from the kit, this bad boy. And then I'm gonna wear the hoodie tomorrow because I'm streaming all weekend. Where is this tavern? I keep running around like a crazy person. It's over here. Did you really? That's awesome! Well, I want to let you know that I did cry. I did cry because it was awesome. In a good way. I hope you're not like thinking that I cried in a bad way. I did not cry in a bad way. It was a good way. Uh-huh. Wow. But it was awesome, Kimmy, seriously. What is this? No, don't switch. No, stop! What just happened? Oh, we got some colors. Ooh, cool. I'm blue. Yes, trans colors. Kimbles, welcome in. No, I get it. Oh my god, I love that. Heart you, so glad we got it to you. Oh, I love y'all too. Seriously, it's like, I can't say it enough. I've said it to so many of the 2K and Gearbox friends that have come in today, and like I've contacted after the party. Like seriously, it's been an honor and like a privilege, and like I'm so grateful. It's been awesome. And like so much better to like meet y'all in person and like party a little. Like that was honestly so iconic. It was so fun. Okay, so what are we doing? What is the... We have to do side quests because like I almost died like 10 times there. What is this? Claptrap!
A certain little yellow robo-bro would like your assistance with his smithing gig. And I'm gonna be real with you for a second. It's not going well so far. He's terrible at his job.
Oh.
Most things that he does.
Be nice.
He's just kind of a rolling tragedy.
Tina! Oh! Yo, the mushroom pal turns the same colors as you change? That's so cool. That's fucking awesome. That's so cool. It's just the little things in this game. It's the little things. Oh, I hear my kitty. Wants treats. He's hungies. so many of these little side quests. Cash for teeth. You tell I'm not wearing my glasses. I'm like squinting and like getting close to the screen so I can read. I need contacts now. Help Claptrap. Oh my god, so many Claptrap stuff. I want to at least go meet Claptrap first.
Hail and well met, Squire. It's such an honor for you to meet me. 'Tis I, Sir Claptrap.
I want to see it.
Noblest, best, and most boringly armed hero in all the land. I mean, come on, a wooden sword? What is this, quarry build? If ye haveth what it takes, ye must fetcheth me the holy spellnade. Spell.
I don't know why everybody shits on Claptrap. I love him.
Wild dankness to begin our quest.
I just saw you retweet it. The quote tweet. Oh my god. Just like the start with Tina looking so gorgeous in the beginning. Oh my god, Cammy, I just fought the first boss, the Banshee, and she's so stunning. Who was that? Wait, go back. My Twitter just crashed. There was like this rock star girl. Hot. I can't wait to meet more characters to figure out who I want to cosplay first from this game. Hopefully I can debut one at PAX. Because I know Gearbox and 2K are going to be at PAX. And me and Jess are going to go. Me and Jess are like, what's up? Let's do it. I want to see your clips from today. Oh, Kemi, you will be seeing plenty from me. Trust. Yeah, I love Claptrap. He's a silly little boy. Or robot. Okay, we're doing Claptrap's quest. We're fucking it up. I want to meet Claptrap. And there's so many side quests. I'm in no rush to finish this game. I'm taking my time. I am taking my time. Oh. I want to learn how to read tarot, considering I have these now. My god, the hiccups really got me together today. I'm down. Oh, this thing cleared up.
That dungeon over there mayhaps contains a shrine piece.
A shrine piece. I need to change my lock screen to Tiny Tina Wonderlands. We're here. Oh, I got another gun slot. Wait, when the fuck did I get this? What? I shoot a bird out of my gun? I'm over here working, but I heard you. Oh, no worries. No, trust and believe. Like, I was talking to Josh too, and I was like, I know it's crazy. No rush. Like, I I like totally expected y'all to be like swarmed and shit. Because I know it's like a busy week for y'all. I be over here streaming and looking gorgeous. Dank encroachment? Let's say crotch or croach. Anyways, where's Claptrap? Hey, King.
You made it. Well done.
Hey, back up.
Anyway, now we must make haste to the Lake Lady. She knows how to get all the best gear. When first I heard tales of the Holy Spellnade, I knew it was an artifact of legendary fit only for my mechanical hands. Legends say
Love that he's made out of wood. That's so funny.
dragons fell in love with the powder keg. He lay a single egg, which was forged into the Holy Spellnade.
When we play pre-sequel, I'm playing as Claptrap 100%.
But if the legends are true, it was a really attractive keg.
There was a holy spellnade lying about.
Yes! Can y'all back up? I'm trying to enjoy this lady.
Look, I'm not talking to anyone while my damn goblin neighbors are making a racket with that drumming.
Ho ho! So our path is clear. We must kill the drummers. Only then will the Lake Lady hear our plea.
Okay.
Easy there, Tiger. Let me try something.
Yes, Madonna Conebra. I love the character design in this game. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh, hey everyone.
Gents.
Hey, yo!
The Lake Lady wants you lot to be a bit quieter. Now, you can stop the drumming, or I can stop it for you. Get me?
What the? This picture doesn't like our music! Let's mutilate them!
Let's not get hasty. Oh my god.
This whole thing is really below me.
I'll make a nice face
Ah!
out of you. What shall I meet death out with next?
Wait a second. What happened to my ability? Oh, I reset my skill points. That's what happened. Of course! Thank you so much for stopping in. Like I said, I'll be here all weekend, so if you ever want to stop in again, I'm here. Wait, I can do a different ability? Have a good night. I'll see you later, Cammy. Oh, I can do 2 different abilities. I didn't know that. Magazine size is increased. While Fate Maker is in Save Your Soul, their mushroom companion attempts to revive and save them. Kill skill movements. This one. Oh, I can't even do it anyways.
Magic's dry! I'm getting the hang of this killing business. Oh, you are vile! I'll give you a good home.
How did you even get this spell?
It's eerily quiet, so I can only assume those goblins have been dealt with. Come on back, Squire.
Squire. He still calls us Squire. LMAO.
Right, sorted out that drumming problem. How about that spell?
Oh, so you're after the holy spellnade, huh? Well, and you special. Look, honey, if you want a spell, you gotta talk to that bone-headed bozo Mervin. But he'll only talk to you if you wield the gun sword extra caliber. Be warned, though. It's guarded by Mervin's lackey, Lance. It ain't a challenge for the frail of heart. Or arm.
Frail of arm? Look, lady, I've got more strength in my little servo motor than you've got in your entire... everything! In fact, I bet even my weak, scrawny, malnourished squire could take you on.
Oh, is that so? Well, let's go then, tough guy.
Squire, to arms! Strike her down!
The spoils of war.
Not us killing Lake Lady. Whoa! Not her doing a tsunami.
Yeah, you're a very fierce plant, I know. Hope one of these lands in an idiot. That's enough to wilt grass.
Well, Squire, maybe next time she'll be more polite. I mean, obviously there won't be a next time. But hey, at least we learned where we need to go. Onward, Squire, to Excalibur!
Okay.
Just think of all the things I could do with that spellnade! Although, I can probably only use it once, huh? But I can still wave it around threateningly. Just the mere sight of it should inspire awe, terror, and a respect usually reserved for the divine.
Going the right way? I guess there isn't a wrong way.
Take whatever you got.
Everybody just calm down. I'm passing through.
By order of boss Wizbro Mervin, I bid thee halt, bro!
Ah, fireballs! He's gotta get across this bridge, but yon jerkwad and his merry jerks doth standeth in our way. Tell him to beat it.
Oi, I've got business on the other side, so let me cross before I get cross. Understand?
None you snarly Brits shall pass, who do not kick it major ass! If ye would cross this righteous gap, you first must win King of the Cap, bro!
Not cap.
You gotta knock me off the mushroom cap if you want to get over the bridge, bro!
Hey, yo.
You want to get across? You gotta beat the boss.
Nice try, bro, but you'll have to do better than that.
I'll go back.
Nobody's better at King of the Cap than Lance.
I hate
Well,
this.
well, at least you're good at falling. Wait, maybe that's the trick. Try falling harder.
I don't know how to slam attack. Wait.
I'm an engine of doom.
How do I do that? I'm gonna try. Oops. Oh, I have to.
My unlimited power at your fingertips.
Gotcha.
I hope you'll cry when I kill ya.
Six slam jam, bro!
I go up.
What ya? That piss pot totally cheated. Let's kick their piss in.
Okay, Squire fight! Do be proud, Squire. I'll join you shortly.
Unleash hell.
You're seriously gonna.
Ooh, purple.
Yeah! What a trip! But you attacked my squires, so I'm honor bound to kick your butt, bro! Nothing personal!
Oh, I thought you died. LOL.
This whole thing is really below.
It really is you.
Eat skull, Nim.
Another glorious victory for me, Sir Claptrap! Squire, collect that shield as a trophy for my idiot noble vanquished opponent.
I got it. Oh, this one.
Now, fasten the shield upon my panel, that all who see me may know 'twas I who defeated that loser.
Is this Elden Ring? Yeah.
Righteous! Now, onward to Excalibur!
Let's ride.
The legends were true. Soon I shall wield
Ready.
the mightiest weapon in all the land. Then
Can we
no
keep
one will
it?
harm me, lest they suffer my wrath. What the? I can't pick it up. What sorcery is this? Oh, wait. I remember another part of the legends. Only a hand of noble birth may wield a blade of kingly worth. We need the king. Luckily, I prepared for this. Squire, take this pre-recorded summons and bring him to me forthwith.
What? I don't know. Pepperoni usually cut my eyelashes. What? I have to go get the fucking king? Oh. I don't wanna. What if we just take the sword? Still a lot of stuff that hasn't been introduced yet, which is crazy. I wonder if this game is like really long then. All this stuff that hasn't been introduced.
You found the Grail. I found the Grail! There it was, just out in the open, totally undefended.
Greetings, Your Majesty. I've come to bring you a summons.
You dare to enter my court and issue a summons to me, King Archer, master of this realm and lord of these wooded halls? Very well. Whatsoever your quest may be, I accept. But we are in court, so I would hear your summons before departing. We must observe the formalities here.
I, Sir Claptrap, hereby summon King Archie, first of his dumb name. For though his weak, noodly arms pale in comparison to mine arms of steel, I need him to get off his pampered butt to pull Excalibur out of this rock so he can give it to me. And summons!
Oh, bollocks.
I've heard enough. Kill them!
Man, I hate kings. They're the worst. I could go
Hi,
on
Rhea.
about all the ways I hate them. In fact, I will. Reason 1. They take everything personally. Wait, is this thing still on? Probably not. Anyway, like I was saying, kings are always a bunch of thin-skinned whiners who can't take criticism.
He's revived all of his friends. What the fuck? What the? Oh my god!
Or by order of the king, that. Rude. Reason the 3rd. This one's really just about King Archie, actually, but have you ever noticed he kind of smells weird? Like, all
Claptrap!
Next time you're around him, lean in real close and take a subtle sniff. You'll see what I mean. Reason 4. They get unreasonably annoyed when you lean in.
No, he's reviving all of them!
And take a subtle sniff. What's the point of beating a king if you can't smell him? Reason 5.
This game looks awesome. It's so fun, Rhea, and I've had so many of the people that have developed this game come in and say hi and how much they appreciate me playing and like how I met them at the party, and it's been so great. Oh my Jesus.
Everyone would be happy all the time, but no.
Claptrap, please. How are you still talking?
You're not even a noble, so stop calling yourself
right.
Geography, my first love.
Bringeth that back so we can get this dumb sword already.
Slayage. Waiting for the bus. Is it early over there? Or is it late?
A credit to the breed.
Excuse me.
Now, Squire, fasten yon gross severed hand round Extracalibur! Well done! Now grab the hand and yank that sucker out!
Can I keep it? I want to keep it. It's a pretty sword.
Man, the legends made it sound like that was supposed to be way harder. Whatever, throw that bad boy on my back. Time to ditch this old wooden junk for the new hotness.
No, I want it, Claptrap.
I can feel the power! Oh! Hey, I found Mervin's gate! Squire, come to me! Our quest continues!
Hey.
Are
Ow,
you stupid
ow.
enough to mess with me? Get stuck.
This whole thing is really below my station.
Hi.
Okay, now to open the ancient and storied gates of Mervin's domain. Let's see. These elvish symbols say, speak, friend, and enter. Ooh, idea! Squire, what's the elvish word for friend?
You having a laugh? I barely know the common word for friend.
You having a giggle?
Fine. Mervin, 'tis I, Sir Claptrap, mightiest of heroes. I come bearing Extracalibur. So, open up.
Enter.
That worked? Huh. Now that's more like it. Finally, the respect I deserve.
Another seeking the holy spell nade, eh? If you can best
Mervin
my apprentice
instead of
as you
Merlin.
prove,
Oh wow.
you are deserving of its power.
Squire, defend your master!
Oh.
See what happens?
Stop calling me.
What am I feeding you? Am I supposed to be feeding you?
At last, one worthy of the holy spell nade.
Oh, serve. He's hot.
You are strong, yes, but only one possessed of true wisdom is fit to wield its great and terrible power. You must solve my puzzle or perish. If you would hold destruction in thy hand, you must see through trickery to tell friend from foe. Approach the real Mervin, and the holy spell nade is yours.
Oh, easy. I know this one. Pick that one standing over there. Just look at him standing all smug. He's definitely hiding something.
That's not him!
Power of Extracalibur, even saving my totally hapless squire is a triviality. Time to Extracalibrate a way out of there.
Claptrap. You are so...
What? You're back? Most tenacious. No matter, I suppose
I've been awake this
you get it
entire
right on
time.
the
House
second
music.
try, that's not so terrible. And I'll still let you have the holy spell nade. But no cheating.
Of course, what I meant was that guy over there. He's the one. I can feel it in my chassis.
What's gonna happen this time? No. Oh. What the fuck?
Fear not, Squire! I always keep a scroll of open portal handy. You never know when you need to escape a personal hell. And open! Gasp! Could it be the, fabled Great Plains of the, non-real? I thought they were a myth.
Unreal Engine?
Are you buying this?
LMAO.
I'm getting you out of there, Squire. Hold tight. Just, don't look at anything too closely. You're not supposed to see this part. And open!
Very camp.
Wow. Seriously? I even gave you 2 chances and you still got it wrong. It's clear you're not fit to wield the awesome power of the Holy Spellnade. Now you must pay the price for your failure.
Oh no. Oh dear.
Screw this guy! In fact, screw all these guys! Squire, to battle!
What would you like me to do about that? Did you fall asleep, honey? Is that why you're saying good morning? Oh dear.
Let's fly.
That entire time? You better slay that Wordle.
You're seriously gonna summon me and waste my time?
Yes.
Oh, a little warning next time would be nice.
He's trying to get away! I slayed Fierce that word. Period. Hellotus! Hellotus house music!
Get this spell.
Worms won't go hungry tonight.
Such a murderous mushroom.
I don't know.
But in the end, the mighty
Oh my god, our first legendary! Claptrap, shut up! This is a big moment.
we can get it the heck out of here!
That's our first legendary of the playthrough. Ooh, pretty. Look how pretty. Bad Egg of Craving. Movement speed and melee deals 20% movement speed and melee damage does 35 bonus dark magic. Slay. That is so Slay Fierce, actually. Hey, what's this? Oh, that's a chest? Oh my god. Oh my god, another legendary! Aha!
Get thee over here, Squire! I would habeth wordsith with thee!
Oh my god, it's a shotgun and a rifle. That's so cool.
You've proven your merit through valor, cunning, and fortitude. Therefore, I can think of no one more suited to wield the Holy Spellnade than you, Squire. Also, that one's got garbage stats and doesn't really go with my build, so I'm just gonna kill Mervin a bunch later until I get a good one. But you have fun with that.
Thanks! That was a cute little side quest, and I got lots of loot out of it. So that is so Slay Fierce. Wait, when did I get that? What is that in my inventory? When did I get this? Oh, that was the thing I picked up. LOL.
Foiled again.
Awesome. I'm gonna do another Claptrap quest, but I don't know how to get there. Why does this look like cheetah print? As we are sisters! Oh! I almost just died. We make a big one family, but we don't look the same. Our stars are different. Different colors. Cheetah girl, cheetah sisters! I got copywritten.
Crack you into crack.
When me and House Music make a girl group, what then? You will all be slayed fierce. Oh no, I went the wrong way. Ruh-roh.
Thoughts?
I can't get over how gorgeous that Banshee was. She was so pretty. True. I love when you just drop those for like no reason. You're like, hey, hey. These maps are fucking enormous. Humongous. Ugh. You are so... Thank you so much, House Music, for the 10 biddies. Claptrap already talking and we just got here. Calm down. You're fine. You're good. You're good. When I posted about Fusion Fall being the best MMO from back in the day, I didn't ask for debate. I didn't ask for, yeah, Wizard 101 is still making money. I didn't ask. Oh my god, I wish Lore was here. What is Lore talking about? I want to know. What's the Drag Race drama now? Something's happening. I want Ghostwire Tokyo so bad. Video game lover. I
I'd
keep
give
saying
it
it.
all for a little more. Cartography, my first love.
You bitches are gay. Gay bitches? What is that meme going around? No bitches?
Don't think I don't smell you now.
Bro, calm down. Why is she so loud? Don't think I don't smell ya now! Shush. Inside voices. No way. You're lying. Can you send it to me? I want to see it. Or like, are you just seeing like on the TL? Interesting. Jink's about to win.
More of you, is it? Won't be enough.
Who? I'm sorry? But Redacted the Tuck is there, so awkward. When I can't see anything about the All Winners season with Redacted the block because I'm blocked on Twitter from her. Oh my god, I can't see anything on her Twitter. Oh my god, we won! We won! Fucking echo chamber on my TV.
Interested in some smithing work?
Hey, bestie.
Fair tidings, friend. I have the perfect job for someone like you. And by like you, I mean willing to do back-breaking dangerous labor for a pittance.
I do love breaking backs. What's the job?
Oh, wow.
For this forge, Master Tunhammer is off on a delivery, and he left me in charge of forging a bunch of magical gear while he's gone.
Is that Raja?
The thing is, I kind of forged my forging resume. I don't know how to smith magic items worth a dang, but I do know it starts with mining magic ore. You grab that pick and bust your hump mining and defending yourself from wild animals, while I do the much harder task of preparing the forge.
Yeah, everybody's like pretends to be shocked. Like, as if I didn't know this was happening for like months. That promo is fierce, though. Like you! Like you! Send your location, come through. I'm a singer. I'm such a beautiful songstress. Like my mind. Me too. You know what also makes me really mad? I posted a TikTok of me out of drag and everybody's like, oh my god. I'm like, guys, no, that's not. Who's Kirbying? Who be up who be up touching they Kirby?
You're all set. Now head to the quarry out back. That magic ore isn't gonna mine itself. There's the quarry. Ah! It looks like Master Tunhammer's locked it up.
There's the quarry.
You can pick locks, right?
The next game coming from 2K.
Of course I can.
Nice picking, apprentice. Now put those skills to use on that ore.
Oh, slay. Is someone attacking me? I'm trying to mine.
Aw, crit balls. I missed a perfect opportunity to call you minion. Well, not
Oh, that's funny, Claptrap. That's funny.
To do a killer's job.
You're seriously gonna summon me and waste my time?
I wish I remembered where that reference is from. That's funny. I don't remember who says that. It's on Drag Race, I think.
Let's get casting and blasting. Simple geometry.
How did you even get this spell?
I can't wait to get this game. I hope you enjoy it, Gundam.
Time for some neck romance.
Durr!
Stop calling me.
I got grabbed.
Energy sucked. Breathe it in.
Yeah. I believe it's 30. Or the deluxe is 30 more. I'm not sure. I was so generously gifted the game, and I have the season pass. So, I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm sitting on my nuts. It really hurts. But you can. It's on Epic Games and PS4, so.
Stop breathing already! I'll never this again!
No problem. I'll figure it out, and I'll get some more details for everything tomorrow, so I'm more prepped. I just was so excited to play the game, I just got on and started playing.
Where will fate lead me next?
Do you think people played Kirby today, like on stream? Is that possible? Are you allowed to do that? I don't know. I just don't think that's okay. Just kidding.
Ah, you're here, my faithful Mushroom?
Video game over. Will be wait. Drag Race is tomorrow. Awkward. I forgot what day it is. LOL. Laughing my booty pants off.
All right, apprentice, haul that magic ore back here so I can get to work.
Yo, wait, we were just playing Minecraft. Minecraft. Hi.
Now I need you to drop the bits of ore there to fuse them into a workable hunk of metal. Fuse
I get
the
in.
ores, apprentice. Fuse the ores.
What, Minecraft?
Okay, now it's time to roll up my servo motor cladding and hammer this useless junk into a magic weapon.
Why would I be
for
mad?
the gods. Oh, this isn't working.
The only useless junk around here is you.
Hey!
It's this hammer. Master Tunhammer took the good hammer with him, and that magic ore is too strong for any ordinary tool to work. You try. Use the toughest tool you've got. I loosened it up for you. More importantly, I've done it. I've crafted the ultimate weapon. Wait, what the heck is this? Well, we tried honest labor, but now it's time to do what you do best. Take better gear from other people and pass it off as your own. Let's be real, we both knew it would come to this.
Now you're speaking my language. Where am I headed?
To the mountain of despair! That's not
What?
an official name, but I am pretty desperate, so that's what I'm calling it. Also, bring the pick. No sense in letting good ore go to waste. If you find any while you're out there, bring it back here for some extra coin. The mountain is full of adventurers who got lost and kicked the bucket while carrying all sorts of magic loot. All you have to do is get the good stuff and bring it back here. Then I can pretend I made it, and Master Tunhammer will be impressed and probably give me a promotion. That means more responsibilities, which
Okay,
I can
goodbye.
pass on to you
I'm leaving.
for marginally more pay. Maybe.
Mr. Saxo Beat.
Right. I'm at the
Yeah.
mountain.
Oh, yeah.
Who's our first target?
We're looking for a ring that belonged to some... Kajaro's ring of fire dancing let him walk on lava unharmed. But he was notoriously clumsy and fell face first into the river and burned to a crisp. All that remains is that ring. Silly humans. When will they learn that one wheel beats two legs any day? That's twice as many things that can go wrong.
What's happening?
No wonder you're always tripping all over the place.
Dodge this!
Did I just hear a legendary? Slay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Calm down. Calm down.
This whole thing is really below my station.
Thank you, Pixie Cat. It's Fun Stallion.
That's for making me look at you.
Ooh, damn. Okay, drag. Drag her. So. Do you think she just got back up and started living after getting her head cut off? Hey, yo. I giggle promiscuously. So yeah, they are. Unfortunately. I would assume they come back because, be kind of awkward if, you know, they just did that. It sold all the PR with it inside.
Stop calling me.
True. Marky, that's honestly, you're so wise. Like Spill.
What am I feeding you? Am I supposed to be feeding you? Who's the alpha now, eh?
Ooh, that's so satisfying. Where am I supposed to go? The triangle, maybe? I'm thinking about that clip. That was so...
Ah, there it is! Smash that rock chunk to pieces and get that ring!
Get that Elden Ring!
Piss off to the hereafter. Ha! Ha!
My unlimited power at your fingertip.
Duh!
It just ain't the same as breaking a ring off a reland.
Ha-ha! Well done! Now grab that magic bling! It's not like he needs it anymore.
Where is it?
Great! Now, for the next item, I want to get something cool. Literally! Somewhere in the Frosty Hollow, there's the Cloak of Runald. Hurry, apprentice! Your master commands you! Runald was a mighty barbarian who hoped to slay the Frost Goblins, thinking his Cloak of Cold Resistance would protect him. Well, Runald was frozen solid, but the enchantment kept his cloak in perfect condition.
We could just use the crafting rules to make our own gear.
Girl, that sounds boring as hell. We don't have time for all that crap.
Yeah, fighting people and taking their stuff is way faster and more exciting.
But it's a crafting quest.
My sweet baby friend. I pinky promised that next session we can narrate all the boring stuff you love and roll dice all you want, but for now, we're doing things my way with guns and loot and adventure and actually interesting stuff.
Oh! That was kind of nasty. I don't want to bring this up, but isn't Wanda Sykes kind of problematic? I thought she had a problematic spurt.
Ready for the next phase of our operation?
Not me. I don't want to bring this up, but I'm going to bring it up.
What shall I meet death out with next?
Probably going the wrong way. Oh no, I'm going the right way.
There's the cloak! Ah, but it's stuck! You'll have to hack away at the ice to chip it free. Floplins? Fend them off, apprentice!
Archery, smarchery!
It begins.
See, hold my old pants!
You're seriously gonna summon me and waste my time?
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same. Now
Wow.
that's the good
Hey! I thought you were on my team, lol. Oops.
spell.
Burn it all.
Oh, duh! It's magic ice! You can't hack it! You'll have to kill the Froblins to end their icy enchantment and free the cloak!
I did. Oh, there's more. Well, die.
Mana's tapped out.
Stop calling me.
Wondrous! With the death of the Froblins, the cloak is free from their icy enchantment! Grab it before more Froblins arrive!
I grab it.
Now hurry up and get the hack out of there! Wait, why can't I stop saying hack? Whatever, return to me, Hack Prentice! Ah, I did it again!
All right, but what if we just keep these awesome magic items for ourselves?
That doesn't sound very heroic at all.
What are you talking about? We looted them fair and square. We just risked our lives out there.
Sharkies!
Hey, that rhymed.
Yeah, but we agreed to a quest.
A quest built on a foundation of lies?
If you don't finish the quest, you don't get XP.
Oh, but I'm so close to my super cool class feature.
Then you know what you must do, Valentino.
Who knew being a hero was fraught with so much moral ambiguity?
His voice actor is really good. Like, spot on.
You've been subcontracting your apprenticeship behind my back, have you? The Smithing Guild will have my head. Or one of our heads, anyway.
Master Tunhammer, it's not what it looks like. They were just helping me with little things. You know, I can't reach the tools on the top shelf. I did all the hard work.
Right. Then let's see your hard work, shall we?
Oobies.
With pleasure. Yay, you there! Place my works on yon mannequin so Master Tunhammer can marvel at my craft.
Okay, Wig, wait.
You see, Master, I told you I could handle it. Take a look at these beauties.
Oh, fine work, apprentice. This is the work of a master. This master! In fact, I made these pieces myself! I'm gonna hammer you and your thieving friend into bloody bedpans!
Everyone is so violent.
This whole thing is really below my...
Like rain, only sharper. C for effort. C minus. Quite the collection. That's more like it. Should have crafted himself some better armor.
Apprentice! What have you done? You killed the master of the smithy. Or should I say former master? I I'm in charge now. I knew that promotion was headed my way. You can keep that jerk's pick, by the way. It's not like I'll be using it. Mining's for chumps.
Slay.
Now, take your payment and get thee gone! You kinda have a history of killing mastersmiths, which disqualifies you from my apprenticeship program. Some other desperate adventurer will be by to replace you soon enough, I'm sure.
Then a left.
Level
No.
13.
No, right. Yeah, that should do.
Slay moment. Long Shot Zoom, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, is this gonna kill me? Uh-oh. 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 We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Slay, slay, slay. We're good. You're good. You're good. And stop. Whee. Go back to the town. No way. Where's the fast travel? Right here? Yeah. Perfect. Oh, my hand.
Nothing like downing glass after glass of pure ocean water to cleanse the body.
Oh, can I like take a picture of like the atmosphere? That's really cool. That's gorgeous.
Ah, you're here, my faithful mushroom.
I don't like that the sign isn't rainbow anymore, because, you know. Hi, Money Lady. How you doing? Ugh, I want this as like my background. This is gorgeous. It's gorgeous. The game's been awesome. Like, seriously, like, fantastic. Can I make it my background right now? Yes. It's been, like, awesome. It's really been fucking amazing. But I have been streaming for 7 hours now, so I think I'm gonna call it a night, but I am gonna be live tomorrow. So, if you missed today, I'll go over everything tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have to record some things and I have to get ready and just make sure everything is set for tomorrow's long stream. So I'm going to be streaming all day. As soon as I wake up, I'm going to put some makeup on, and then we're going to get back in. I have a skill for joining right at the end. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I just want to like shower and make sure everything's settled, and then like I can really just dive into the game with no worries tomorrow. I'm gonna send some emails, gonna make sure everything's all right. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed so far, the story so far. If you missed anything, I'm gonna upload the VOD directly to YouTube as soon as I end today's stream. And we will be live again tomorrow, and I'll tell you everything that happened tomorrow if you missed anything, if you have any questions. So, let's see if anyone else is streaming Borderlands. I'll send y'all over there.
Where will fate lead me next?
Yes,
What
please
shall I
do.
meet death out with next?
It doesn't look like anyone is. Oh yes, we are big stands. Let me just make sure this person I'm reading is not ending. Oh my god, the pins are so cute. I also just want to say thank you again to Gearbox and 2K, everybody that's come in today, all the developers, and everybody behind the scenes in this game to make an awesome game. I'm so honored and really thankful for y'all for working with me and doing amazing stuff so far. And I can't wait for more stuff, and thank you so much for taking a chance on me. Let's go ahead and raid one of our besties here at the Nemesis Network. We're gonna raid Harrison. It's Gapped. So go ahead and give them some love. They're playing some League of Legends. They'll probably be up super late, so send love. I've known them for so long, and I'll see y'all on the next one. I'll be live tomorrow. So how exciting is that? We're gonna do it all again tomorrow. I'll see y'all then. I'll miss you, and I'll be back tomorrow around, I'll say like 2 o'clock Eastern. Bye, everybody.